This time I'll call to order the March 17, 2025 York County Transportation Committee. At this point, council needs to make a decision on the CTC and the allocation of the $3,134,363.60.
Hey, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're here to speak about the $3.1 million that you referred to. And as you can see, we have three options available. The first is divide the $3.1 million evenly and give it to each council district, approximately $450,000. Second option that you can consider is to allocate the $3.1 million toward the SIB commitment that we have, which currently has a balance that we need to send of $20 million. The third is one that someone selected, asked if we could provide a list of roads from our critical needs list and roads that the SCDOT is asking us to consider. Both the critical needs list and the state road considerations are in your package, a handout, a hard copy. And here's an example of what the highway department would like for us to do. And if I could please direct you to the estimate area. You can see we're talking about $3.1 million, and you can see what some of these roads do cost. Do you have any questions at this point?
And real quick, y'all, just to jump in, as council's aware, you recently distributed $8 million to roads, $1 million to each district, and then $1 million for the county to utilize. This is that additional 3.1. We originally held this back in order to see what the SIB were to do. At this point, the SIB hasn't given us any direction on what's next, and so that's why we wanted to bring this forward now. In case you do want to distribute it to your districts, you still have time to include that as Dean and Lisa work on this year's program.
And just for your consideration, here is the map that our GIS associate compiled for you so that you can see the distribution of the SCDOT request. So in your package, you have the 11 roads I believe the SCDOT asked for you to consider, and also a package of roads that we consider our critical needs list. You can see it starts off with worst first. In your far left column, you'll see each district associated with each road. And that continues down to what we call a rating of 50, which is the break point from reconstruction to preservation, mill and fill, potholes. So basically, we gave you the worst roads in that package of what I labeled critical needs request. That's whichever of the three options you want to pursue, we can provide whatever information that you want to request tonight.
Dean, I do have a question. In the packet that we have a list, and it looks like a rolling list of the county roads that get tallied up. Is there a reason why they're sectioned off? So.
Yes, ma'am. We had prepared that at an earlier date, and we broke it at points that you may want to consider a $2.5 million, $2.6 million commitment, 3.2. It was just as we went along, we broke it at small spots so that you could consider different levels of funding.
And it's graded from best to worst.
Worst. The top one is the worst road. Yes, sir. Okay. It's kind of like me in school when I made a 30. I was not doing very well. And of course, we did not go above 50. Our highest rating, our best road, I would rate a 95.
Gotcha.
So this isn't the full list? Well, the one in my packet, I don't see any 95.
It's not in there because a 95, we were only looking at the critical lists that need attention. It was given to me that we should provide the ones that have fallen through the cracks possibly in the past that need help.
So this would, if we're looking at the critical needs roads, does that include all, you have a list of all of the county roads?
Yes,
and all
ma'am.
of their ratings?
Yes, ma'am.
That's something that you could provide to the council as well.
Yes, ma'am, 1,800 roads. ma'am.
Make my note of that.
Our goal really is to show you the worst county roads as you consider your options here. I think the other thing to keep in mind is we have a retreat Friday and Saturday. I know we're intending to talk about roads as well, and we can talk about our long-term strategy as y'all have a strategic plan initiative in there to figure out how to do more county roads every year than we're doing now. So obviously, there's other levers that we have to pull to address those goals. But in terms of this funding, we wanted to bring forward options to consider, whether that be state roads or county roads.
Does this rating take into account population or residents, or is it just road condition?
This is only pavement quality index, only road condition. In the C-Fund package that I'll be meeting with you later on, it does consider all of the other environmental factors, number of homes, is it a cut-through road, other things that you would want to consider when you make a C-Fund selection. Because at that point, you'll also be dealing with municipal roads and state roads. And I understand that you want to know all of the factors involved in it when you make that selection.
Okay, Dean, you got a change on one, Starlight Drive. I think that's District 7.
Okay, I apologize. You're
Okay.
probably right. Yes, ma'am.
Since I hear
Yes.
about that a lot.
Yes, ma'am, you do.
Okay.
Just, yeah. So tonight, is that, I mean, are we actually at the point where we're going to make a decision how we want to approach this?
I think that we need to have a motion from council,
Yeah.
one way or the other.
Yeah. I mean, I personally, looking at this and looking at what I have on here, the more I thought about this and the more I look at the list, to me, I think overall, I could tackle a couple really tough locations for what this revenue would be that would come back to me, and I could actually knock out 2 or 3 small roads. So I'm in favor of actually splitting it and giving each of us the split. So that's kind of where I stand.
I second.
Yeah.
Well, let's put that in the form of a motion. Is the motion
Okay.
to approve equal allocation to each district?
Yeah, motion to approve equal allocation to each district.
I second.
Well, I guess I don't need to say too much because I agree with it. I agree with it the last time it came up. I'm like Councilman Ardette, that we recognize certain needs in our own district, and I think we will, I'm not going to say do a better job, but I think we will definitely look at the needs and put the funding to the roads that probably maybe not get done on the normal C-Fund allocation, but I'm definitely in favor of just splitting it among each council district and letting us do work in our own districts.
I don't agree with separating it out like that. I would prefer for it all to be one lump and we just do the worst roads first and get those done and knock them out. Not necessarily this list, but I would want to make sure. I mean, I'd hate to do one of these short roads. I mean, we got a 585-foot one on here. It may only have 2 people that live on it. And while I sympathize with them that the road is bad, there may be a road that's more critical with more people on it just for traffic wise, but I would really prefer to lump all this in and just do the worst ones in the county and make this a county thing instead of just district by district. I mean, I'm looking through this list and I don't have a single road, at least on this list that we have here. There's none in District 2. I don't know if we were left out or we just got good roads, but looking at it, I mean, even with that, so I could get something done for my constituents, but I would much rather help y'all out that are in worse shape.
I'll take your money.
I'll take yours
Well,
too.
if we're going to split it up,
We're gonna split his.
We're going to split yours up.
We're special. No, we're all going to be all or none. So
There you go.
Some of them roads is mine over there in Clover.
I support us moving. Any other comments before we move on? I support us going ahead and moving this way, primarily because we've got SCDOT giving us some projections about roads that haven't been put on their list, and this list from the county is comprehensive. If we're going to look at changing how we approach the C-fund allocations, I think we need to do it prospectively and not this late in the game. I think we want to put the money to the quickest and fastest use, and I know that from speaking with some of the other council members, making sure that it gets spread throughout the county, and that all folks feel like they're being heard. There's just a lot of roads and not enough money to do it, and this is a way to share that responsibility under the current. I'm not opposed to looking at other alternatives, but even when you look at some of the proposals, like, okay, I would consider this one, but only if it's 2 people. Well, how are you going to make that decision? And where is that number going to fall? And it's a difficult decision. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Do we have a motion to adjourn the CTC workshop?
Motion.
Second.
Can I make one more comment? Dean and staff, can y'all get back and let us know what's the total cost of this whole list that we have here that you guys have looked at? Because this is a lot of roads with a very small pot of money, but I would like to know what you guys have compiled here, the total cost. If we were to pave every single road on here, what would that cost be?
On the state list,
On
On the county.
on the county
county
list,
list or whatever one,
the state list, it does not have the total. The county list does have the total. It's all the way down at the bottom of these. It is
okay.
$48 million.
Actually, I'm looking at 144 million, and that's not the full 1,800. So I think as
I agree.
we take the next step,
There it is. Yeah, I see it.
as we take the next step, I don't even think that's the full list, Mr. Roddy, with the 1,800 miles. So we can take a look at that either in workshop or moving forward. All those in favor of adjournment say aye. Aye. We are adjourned. At this time, I'll call the York County Council, I'm trying to look at the clock and make sure we've got time, transportation workshop to order. We do have a couple of items on this. First item is Pennies update.
Yes, good evening. I'm going to do the Pennies update. Patrick is out this week. So we're full swing on Pennies 5. We have selected and met with all of the consultants to do the design work. Last council meeting, you already approved the first design contract. Tonight you have on your agenda the next design contract, and we're still in the process of doing scope and fee with all the different consultants, and hopefully we can bring those all to you in the next couple months. So we're gangbusters in full swing on it. Council's already approved and we already have our resurfacing IGA with SCDOT. That's been executed, and we have our first package for the resurfacing. We're already coordinating with SCDOT, and so that's moving along. I think in your packet, I provided you a list, just for your recollection, that just says Pennies 5 final project list. And it gives you basically what was in the total referendum, just so you have that on hand. It lists all of the roads that are for resurfacing. Also in the packet is a list, it's easier to read, of all the resurfacing roads, start to finish, and our estimated cost. Just in case you get a phone call and you'll be able to quickly reference that list. Let's see, and we've already coordinated with SCDOT, and the first package is around $15 million for the resurfacing, and that should go to bid this spring. So we're moving along.
Thank you. I think one of the things that council is very interested in, as the community expressed when we went through the Pennies project list, was that that all of the projects, all of them, be completed by the time. When does this one end? When does this Pennies? By the time the Pennies.
7 years. So 2032, 2031. Am I getting the math right? Yeah.
So I think one of the things that I know that's going to be important to me, and I appreciate that we're going to be having these meetings regularly to ensure that we're on project timeline in order to complete all of the projects within that time frame.
Yes.
And within the budget. that's been set aside. So I'll ask that question every single time.
Okay.
Are we on pace and we're going to meet that timeline, and are we going to meet the budget constraints? I think that's one of the important things
Okay.
to instill confidence in the program. Does anybody have any other questions on the pennies?
Which list did you say were already going out for bid?
I did not provide that list, but I can get that to you, the actual list of roads that are in this first package. I gave you what I provided you, was the overall list of all the resurfacing roads. I'll be sure to get that to you.
All right, thank
To
you.
all the council members. Yeah.
And just as a follow-up, this is the first transportation workshop we've had. I know we have a Public Works Committee, but this was something that y'all all voiced concern about and wanting to prioritize so that y'all all can hear these updates. We really want to learn from y'all what you want to hear, right? Because from month to month, there might not be a ton of updates on pennies necessarily. We will provide whatever updates there are. But if there's other information y'all want to hear as we have these workshops once a month, we'd love to hear that. And we can make sure to build this agenda around your interests as well.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you for your hard work with this. It's where York County is a beacon for what is being done here with our roads and the work that's being done in Pennies, so I applaud you guys. The faster to bid that we go, the better, and I'm glad to hear that we're all heading out to get bids on it too, so thank you, appreciate it. Excellent.
Anything else on pennies?
I was going to make these comments when we finish the next piece that kind of relates to pennies, but I think one of the things that I hope that we accomplish by having these regular meetings is typically when we go through the pennies process, there's a list of constituents. Constituents reach out to you all and say, hey, I want this road, and we know if we can't do it under C funds, which is rare because we don't get much, we suggest that they add it to the pennies list. So we have that. Then we have the municipalities that we go around and we meet with them and we ask them, what do you want to do? What we don't have is we don't have the county making affirmative requests based upon basically a CIP, which is what we're trying to get closer to, is having a comprehensive CIP that helps us identify, there's never going to be enough, you can't tax enough to do these roads. We recognize that, but what we can do is maybe look a little bit closer at how we consolidate and take a look at it to have the biggest bang for our buck. And I'm hoping that as part of the process that we do these meetings, that those things will come to light, and then those requests will will manifest themselves in that process. So I appreciate that.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to assure you that we are going to get there, because that's our goal at the staff and management level too, and having a comprehensive CIP, having what they call in the transportation planning world a constrained plan. What we want to do is increase our own accountability and responsibility for not only planning future projects, but getting the projects that we have currently done.
Thank you, sir.
And I also we have a visual, I think it's in your packet, it just shows you what an impact Pennies is making in the Pennies 5 program on the number of roads that we're able to do and how it touches every part of the county. So I just wanted to share that.
Maps are helpful. Thank you.
Yes, we love maps. Maps?
All right, our next item, and I don't have my agenda. I've got too many pages in front of me. Here we go. Update on the county-wide map and active road.
Yes, ma'am. Administration and council has asked that we produce an interactive map, so we have a preliminary draft for you to look at tonight. The one we're going to be looking at tonight displays county projects and municipal projects. We're working with the SCDOT to get their digital information so that we don't have to recreate everything they've already done. Now, we do have one thing we'd like to discuss on the SCDOT projects. Their project list has a lot of various projects, which include maybe some safety items, cutting trees in the right-of-way, painting lines, things that might be a little bit beyond what you want to see on the maps. We'll be seeking your input on what level of information we should provide with the SCDOT projects. With all of that under consideration, this is the map that Okay. All right. Do what? So this is, of course, a display of the entire county. You see all of the different lines. The gold lines are Pennies roads. The red dots are C-Fund roads, and they're represented as dots due to the scale. The blue dots are municipal roads. So we have the capability of zooming in, and you'll see the dots are now converted to road lengths. So we're wondering which project is this? So interactive-wise, we're able to click on that. That's Turquoise Way. And it tells us that it's a C-Fund program road, and it's going to be resurfacing in comparison to one of Penny's roads. That is the Deerfield Drive Pennies project. And that's a very important project. So that's the level we are right now. You know, keep in mind that we're waiting for the line data from SCDOT to add their projects. And administration will be working with you to determine what type of a projects we'll be showing you with DOT. How deep you want to get into the weeds?
So just to jump in here, this is a prototype map. So again, we're knocking out some of y'all's strategic plan initiatives. This initiative is in the infrastructure goal, and staff has done a great job to begin to build this map. This is just a prototype. It's not done, but you're beginning to get a sense of what we can do and what we can show, and it's a work in progress, but we appreciate everything staff's done to this point just to build out the model so you all can get a sense on where we're heading.
Thank you, and I do think, like, getting back to some of the basics, and folks, I mean, I've been doing this for a while, so I know the answer to the question when folks say, well, why is this road not being done? Well, it's typically a state road, and I know that I don't want to put you on the spot, but we have 1,800, I heard you say 1,800 miles of county roads. That's actually county-owned and maintained roads, if I heard you correctly on
That's
that.
18 pieces, 1,800 roads.
1,800 roads.
Yes.
I would love, as we move forward, things that I think are important is to say how much as we're making decisions about how to address the CIP, and reinforcing, it's 1,800 roads. How many miles of roads is that county? How many miles of state roads do we have in York County? How many miles of municipal roads do we have? I think having that portion of information presented to council is also important as we evaluate, these things. And I see in this packet, and I know that we have that master list, but being able to, on the county roads piece of it, if we could have the full county road list available that does the ranking, but that also has the how many individuals are impacted or what the traffic count is. I don't know, this is similar to what Mr. Litton was asking, and for the state roads as well. But I think this is a good first start, and I do think that with the state roads piece, being able to add the RFATS projects to this and being able to keep track of our funding that we've received as a county through all of these different funding sources, to make sure that if there's a drop in the funding, that we know that we can go to our delegation and ask for additional funding. This is kind of having this roadmap together helps us be able to ask our delegation members for asks when it's time for us to do that.
We talked recently about how can we have somebody advocate for us in Columbia, but if we're going to do this type of CIP and looking at municipal roads, county roads, state roads, would it not be reasonable to ask these municipalities to help cover some of the cost to do that? Because we're ultimately going to be paving some of the state roads, we're going to ultimately be paving some of the municipal roads, and if we shouldn't have to sink our staff time totally into doing something, maybe they have somebody on staff that they can team up with our staff to help cover their part and then report back to us. Because if we're going to dedicate staff time to looking at city roads and state roads, that costs our taxpayers to be looking at what municipalities should be helped cover, because they submit their roads to us through the C funds, and we pay some of their roads, city and state roads. So I think that'll be a reasonable action, say, hey, Fort Mill, York, Clover, Rock Hill, we're doing this CIP to help take in the inventory to see what we got out there, what's need to be done. There's a cost to that. I think it's reasonable to
Agreed.
ask.
And I will say that with DOT, there's a place that you can go and look at DOT roads, and it'll tell you where, if you want to know when is my road coming up, you can go take a look at the list. You have to go find it and figure that out. But I think on some similar fashion, being able to do that at the county, is simply being able to provide this information so when them folks call and say, hey, why's my road not getting paved? Well, let me tell you how much it would cost if we did everybody all at one time, but here's the information as to when that road will make it to the list and under this criteria. I think just making that transparent to the public helps out a lot too.
I will add, though, if we're talking county roads, we don't have a funding mechanism right now to address our most needed roads. And so one of the strategic plan initiatives is to find a way to double back and achieve more repaving, up to 15 miles of repaving. We're not anywhere close to that. This is a topic for our retreat coming up Friday and Saturday. And so I know we want to talk about how we're going to develop a CIP. I would say staff is on it, and we're going to develop the process, and we'll talk more about that with you. But I think what's important to note is there's multiple stakeholders putting money into our roads in York County, and it's still not enough. I think that's what's important to note. We're trying to work with our peers. I know staff's reached out to municipalities and gotten data from them on their plans. What I would say about DOT is they don't advertise that long in advance of what roads they're going to do, and that's part of the problem too. So we need to have a better sense on what their 5 and 10 year plans are, not their 1 and 2 year plans. And that's where I would push back a little bit on DOT is give us a little bit more information, work with us ahead of time, so that we're not stepping on each other's roles and responsibilities. And I think that's what's best for York County taxpayers.
Well, just to piggyback off that too, I mean, I had a road in my district where we were planning on paving it, and only to find out state had it on their list and it was highly ranked. So when do you expect to get the state update back? Do they give you any timeline on when they're going to produce the list of roads that they have, that they're looking at doing?
That they've selected?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. They are providing that information to us. We can get that fairly quickly.
Okay.
Now, they're limited by state law that allows, they have to use a formula,
Yeah.
and it's generally it's based on the classification of road, the average daily traffic. But what I just said basically is the busiest roads are the ones that they will justify spending money on.
Yeah.
They will do some small secondary roads through their maintenance program, but the primary projects that they do they're really restricted by the ratings that they have to utilize that
Right.
bring a lot of factors in. It's
Right.
not just the pavement condition.
So when we get them, will we know the ratings, like the rankings of what they?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's perfect.
Yes, sir.
That's perfect.
And I think we'll also be able to find out from them at least what their allocation is in terms of how they factor in traffic counts into the analysis on there. They actually have a ranked list, and you can find out where that road falls on that list. You just don't know if it's getting done or not because they haven't looked out far enough to give us a heads up. So,
A good example is the list that you looked at tonight. Those are roads that they cannot do. Because the rating, 700, that falls off of the list that they're qualified to be able to dedicate money to, unless it's a maintenance project.
all right, thank you. Do we have a motion to adjourn the workshop?
Motion to adjourn the workshop?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Get the gavel in 3 different times tonight. This time I'll call the York County Council agenda meeting for March 17, 2025 to order. The first item is to recognize the Honorable Debbie Cloninger for the Pledge of Allegiance and invocation.
Let us pray. Lord, bless each council person this evening as we work through the agenda set before us. Give us courage, wisdom, integrity, and strength to do the right thing for the people we serve. In the name of Jesus, amen.
All right, Our first item tonight is to do our oath of office for newly appointed board and commission members. So when I call your name, if you'll come forward and stand in front of the podium, and our attorney will meet you to get sworn into office. We have Joseph Costello, Walter Wilkes, Michael Robb with the Bethel Fire Tax District Board, John Jimenez, Board of Assessment Appeals in District 2, Michael Hurst, Dennis Kelly with the Lake Wiley Parks and Recreation District, Stacy Moore for the Catawba Regional Council of Governments, Brian Jones with the Rock Hill York County Convention and Visitors Bureau, the at-large seat, and Amy Hutchins with Keep York County Beautiful District 2. And we appreciate you all coming tonight, and we have a variety of boards that are being appointed here tonight. On behalf of council, I want to say thank you for agreeing to serve on a volunteer basis to do the work of the people. We just couldn't do all of the work that needs to be done at the county without the work that you do, and we appreciate it. Thank you again for agreeing to serve the people. We do have one appearance tonight, Beth White, to thank council for their continued support of the York Soil and Water Conservation District. I didn't even see you sitting. I was like, where is she? Okay, Catherine's going to speak. All right.
Hello. My name is Catherine White. I'm the chair of the York Soil and Water Conservation District. And I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your dedication to our community and for the steadfast support you've shown to organizations like ours. Your commitment to improving the county is evident in the work you've done, and it does not go unnoticed. The work you put into ensuring our community thrives is a testament to the heart of this county, and we are incredibly grateful for your ongoing partnership. With your support, as well as our partnerships with state and federal agencies, we are proud to offer a wide range of services to the residents of York County. We provide technical assistance on everything from soil health to water quality, and we're committed to addressing the natural resource concerns that impact our community. In addition, we offer conservation education programs that help empower residents to make informed decisions and take proactive steps to preserve our natural resources for future generations. As you'll see in our 2024 annual report, which is among the handouts today, one of our greatest achievements has been the significant increase in youth education. We are proud to have reached more than 5,000 students this year alone through our school programs, workshops, and hands-on activities. Engaging the next generation in conservation is one of the most vital parts of our work, and this achievement reflects our growing impact on fostering environmental stewardship in our young people. In our winter 2025 newsletter, that also includes our 2024-2025 school program guide, we keep the public informed about our programs, activities, and local conservation efforts. The program guide provides an overview of the educational programs we offer to local schools, where we work to engage students in hands-on learning about conservation. We believe that fostering an early appreciation for nature and sustainability is key to building a strong conservation ethic in our community for years to come. While the support we've received thus far has been invaluable, the challenges we face are growing. Our county, like so many others, is facing increasing environmental pressures, from stormwater management issues to the need for greater awareness around watershed and dam safety. We are committed to not only addressing the issues at hand, but also anticipating the future challenges we will face. Looking ahead to 2025, we intend to increase our stormwater education programs, helping residents better understand how they can reduce runoff, protect water quality, and preserve our vital waterways. In addition, we are developing a new education program focused specifically on watershed dam safety. This program will provide the public with valuable knowledge about the importance of dams in maintaining water quality and flood control, while also raising awareness about the safety protocols needed to ensure these structures remain safe for everyone in the community. Our commitment to education will also continue with the growth of our seed libraries. These libraries not only provide residents with access to free, locally adapted seeds, but also serve as a hub for learning about sustainable gardening and growing practices. As interest in local food production continues to rise, our seed libraries will help meet the growing demand for resources that support sustainable and resilient agricultural practices. In addition to these initiatives, we are eager to host more community events, workshops, seminars, and hands-on activities that will provide opportunities for direct engagement with residents. We believe that the more we can connect with people face-to-face, the more successful our conservation efforts will be. We want residents to walk away from these events feeling empowered with the knowledge and tools to take action in their own lives. Once again, thank you for all your service and for the opportunity to continue working together to improve our community. Your commitment to supporting local organizations like ours plays a pivotal role in ensuring that we are equipped to address the challenges ahead. We are excited about the future and look forward to the continued partnership with the County Council as we work toward a healthier, more sustainable York County.
Thank you, Catherine, and thank you, Beth, for being here tonight. And I will say one of the biggest achievements is doing the projects with the schools. I certainly would love to see that y'all expand that to the other schools as well. That looks like a fantastic opportunity to share the information and start them young, get them to understand that. We appreciate the work that you do. We move now to our public forum session, and this is an opportunity for council to listen to the public. We set aside 15 slots for 2 minutes each for individuals who want to come and speak to the county about matters that are within the council jurisdiction. We ask that your comments be related to a council matter, that you not address an individual, because this is not an opportunity for us to respond back, but if you will keep your comments to the county issue. I will say that we do have 2 public hearings tonight. One has to do with the Fort Mill EMS matter, and the second is with a potential zoning change related to nonconformity. So if you're here to speak on that, we ask that you wait and speak at the public hearing session, because then you aren't limited in time, and your comments are captured when we talk about the issue and bring that up. I'll also say that there are some folks that have signed up for SILFAB. Once again, I want to reiterate that matter went from the Zoning Board of Appeals to the courts. This was not a zoning issue that came before council, and so that is before the courts, and that is an issue for the judge to decide. Want to make sure that you're aware of that. So when I call your name, if you'll come forward and give your name and state your address, and then if you'll kindly pay attention to the screen so that it'll go to yellow when you starting to run out of time, and then when it goes to red, if you'll cut your comments off, I would appreciate it, because that means I don't have to do it. First up is Diane McAllister.
I'm Diane McAllister. I live at 1425 Lurkwith Place, and this is about the matter of the rezoning for our street. As a resident, I'm concerned about the probable negative impact on the character of Lurkwith Place by a rezoning of lot number 9 at the corner with Pleasant Road. We residents choose to buy or build on our street because of its quiet character, which is guaranteed by the large lots limiting the number of houses. There are now 12. The rezoning would allow the addition of up to 15 more. Access to the new houses would be on Lurkwith, not on Pleasant. Some of us who live on Lurcliff Place regularly walk on our street. Increased traffic could pose a danger to pedestrians, who include children, who wait for and get off the school bus at Pleasant Road. We frequently have moms walking with their children, some pushing strollers. Several times a day on weekdays, the southbound traffic on Pleasant Road at Lurcliff is steady or even backed up, requiring a significant wait even to turn right onto Pleasant. Additional traffic exiting Lurcliff would make these waits longer. The turn onto Lurcliff from southbound Pleasant Road is at an acute angle, requiring a quite low speed to make the turn without drifting into the opposite lane. Increased traffic exiting Lurcliff could easily cause accidents at the junction or on Pleasant Road just north of the junction. If the zoning is changed, as is being considered, the desirability of living on Lurcliff Place would be reduced, especially for families with children. As a result, all of our property values would be reduced. All of us join in requesting that the council deny the change in zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Stan Snell.
I'm Stanley Snell, live at 1313 Lurcliff Place in Fort Mill. County Council members, in reference to case 2501, rezoning on Lurcliff Place, I'm here respectfully but strongly opposing the rezoning request of 7.46 acres on Lurcliff Place from RSF 40 to RMX 10. As a side note, at no time prior to filing a zoning request were the residents notified in order that we would be informed of precisely what was planned. Furthermore, there have been no rezoning postings on the property itself, only on Pleasant Road, not on Lurcliff Place. Lurcliff Place has 12 single-family residences, all on a minimum of 1 acre lots, though many are 2 to 5 acres, zoned RSF 40. Rezoning the 7.46 acres in question to RMX 10 would allow for lots much smaller and a density not expected in a single-family residential future land use designated area. RMX 10 zoning would allow duplex, triplex, and quadplex style dwelling units in an area otherwise characterized by detached large lot single-family residential homes. The York County Planning Commission has recommended to deny this request as, quote, it is not consistent with the future land use map and the York Forward 2035 comprehensive plan, unquote. Briefly, another area of concern is a partial part of the 7.46 acres lying in a floodplain. The lower end of the property toward Pleasant Road has been flooded during heavy rains in the past, and that is shown by the pictures taken last summer. I think council has copies of that.
Thank you, sir.
Section 18-33 of the Code of Ordinances is very explicit on what it can and cannot be done in the floodplains.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We do have the pictures in front of us. Ansley Kaiser.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ainsley Kaiser, and I live at 1355 Lurcliff Place. I live there because my family and I are fortunate enough to find 2 beautiful wooded acres in a quiet, secluded neighborhood with excellent schools that I had the pleasure of attending throughout my childhood in a town that we love. I join my neighbors here tonight to respectfully request that this rezoning request be denied. As neighbors, it is our understanding that the covenants of our neighborhood intended for it to remain single-family homes of at least 1 acre, like you've heard. Our neighborhood has joined together to reaffirm and protect the original intent. To that end, we are here to ask you, our city council members, to deny this rezoning request. We ask that this request be denied because there is not adequate water or sewer infrastructure available to meet the new demand. Rezoning this land and creating new infrastructure would be a burden to the utility usage. and would mean pushing the increased water and waste to surrounding neighbors, their ponds, our streets, and our sewers. We respectfully request that this rezoning request be denied in order to protect 7.5 acres of trees and natural resources that will be stripped from our quiet and peaceful neighborhood. These resources include a natural water source and a plethora of natural habitat for our local wildlife, which we all know is becoming increasingly crucial to the integrity of our city. We ask that this rezoning request be denied because of the impact on local schools. We also have concerns, as you've heard, about the inevitable traffic increase and its impact on our school bus stop at the already busy corner of Cliff and Pleasant Road. Our narrow and private road, which has no outlet and ends in a small cul-de-sac, will simply not be able to account for this increased traffic and risk of further congestion. In closing, we respectfully ask that the York County City Council abide by its own county staff recommendation that this rezoning request be denied. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next is Heidi. Last name starts with a C and an A, and I can't read the rest, so I apologize.
It's Heidi Cachabato, and I live in the Eppington South subdivision here in Fort Mill. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Time is short, so I would like to highlight my concerns about SOFAB. The following in totality is my opinion and based all upon information and belief and my subsequent understanding thereto. To me, and I don't believe I'm alone, the underlying issue is one of fact. We are zoned here in Fort Mill, residential light industrial, which as I understand is not in dispute, and that SOFAB is utilizing 1 million+ gallons of water per day, conducting heavy industrial construction, which violates the zoning and contract, and they also are contracting a company that actually specializes in heavy industrial construction. And the town officials are allowing it, as is council, and both entities are complacent and not enforcing zoning, and they are derelict in their duties to their residents. First, I do hear of, no worries, the manufacturing by SOFAB is safe. But then I say, why is there talk of a need for evacuation zones? And what reason are there apparently chemical storage bunkers on the property with double bottom containers inside the bunkers? If these chemicals are so-called safe and the residents are not in any danger, as what we are being told and led to believe in this light industrial zone, why do we have any bunkers on their property at all? My understanding is that there are 3 of them. Are the bunkers in the building at Logistics Lane also tornado-proof? As we know from this past weekend, that we do get tornado warnings here, and that is a possibility. And what is the protocol for resident notification of any accident or emergency at the manufacturing facility?
Thank you, ma'am. Mary Catherine Langford.
Good evening. My name is Mary Catherine Langford. I live at 550 South Portman Lane. Fort Mill has been home for 33 years. My parents moved here when I was 4 years old so I could receive a top-notch education, and I graduated from Fort Mill High. So when my husband and I married, it was an easy decision for us to move to Fort Mill to raise our future children. This past November, we received the devastating news that our children would be redistricted to the new Flint Hill schools adjacent to Silfab Solar. As we know, the chemicals Silfab plans to use are highly flammable and toxic and in no way belong next to schools. Silfab's proposed solar cell manufacturing is not light industrial per the county's own guidelines, and the Board of Zoning Appeals confirmed that in May 2024. The Fort Mill School District has known of the dangers of Silfab since as early as October 2023. That was a year and a half ago, and the district has not provided parents with an independent analysis to demonstrate the likelihood and consequences of an accident as requested. The district continues to use impact fees approved by this council to build Flint Hill schools on a property that was rezoned by this council at the same time Silfab received a verification letter from York County Planning and Zoning. Now the district is requesting $12,000 more in fees based on population forecasts proven inaccurate. As a parent of 2 children who would be in danger every day at Flint Hill schools, I beg you not to approve the district's request for more impact fees. They have proven they are not fiscally responsible with this money and have negligently chosen to invest it unwisely. My husband and I have been forced to sell our home to keep our children safe. This is a tremendous emotional and financial toll. Never did I think I would have to uproot my children's lives due to the negligence of this county and the Fort Mill School District. Citizens are simply asking for due process. Only a judge can overturn the BZA's decision. Zoning compliance is not up to county management, and ignoring it is an abuse of authority. I ask you, council members, how do you want to be remembered? As a civil servant who sided with profits, or one who made the morally right decision to protect children?
Thank you, ma'am. Brandon Dunford.
Good evening. My name is Brandon Dunford. I reside at 157 Rose Tree Lane, Fort Mill. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. I am a husband and a father to 3 daughters. We live in Fort Mill inside SILFAB's self-reported contamination radius. My daughters have been assigned in the new Fort Mill School on Flint Hill, and my hope is to have a child in those schools for the next 14 years. However, that hope is being pressed by the proximity of SILFAB to that school and our home. I will admit I am late to taking a stand against this, as everything on its face seems so simple. I couldn't understand how any local government could allow toxic chemicals in those quantities anywhere near a school, yet here we are today having to have this discussion. I describe myself as a why guy. The why behind everything tends to tell the story, so I have a few why questions for us today. Why is this council not addressing the abuse of authority by the staff of the county management asserted as they intend to ignore the BZA's ruling in an unsigned June 24th management statement? Why have I seen and heard countless chemists, subject matter experts, pediatric health organizations, and citizens express their concerns without any action from this council? Why are families moving, students finding new schools, and teachers not volunteering, all to avoid a brand new facility? Why do I get to listen to my 8-year-old daughter cry herself to sleep because something another student said about a very real risk of being that close to a facility? Now, I am in favor of alternative energy sources and the benefits that we have for our planet. However, as someone who has traveled and seen all the land available south of Rock Hill between Columbia, we must have SILFAB. And why must we have SILFAB in the middle of our community, next door to wherever over 1,000 students will be learning? Please stand with your citizens and move SILFAB.
Thank you, sir. Chris Moody.
Good evening, council. Good to see you guys here tonight. Chairwoman Cox and members of the council, my name is Chris Moody, and I reside at 206 Palmview Lane in Fort Mill. I also represent Ward 4 on the Fort Mill Town Council. I come to you tonight to briefly discuss the rezoning request for a property located at 1850 W's Bridge Road in Fort Mill. This request is to rezone 1.01 acres from RMX-10 Residential Mix 10 to OI Office and Industrial. I began receiving questions from those within my town council district once this rezoning signs appeared on this particular property. Excuse me. Over the last 3 years, the Fort Mill Town Council has denied annexation requests for commercial and residential in the W's Bridge Road corridor. Last year, 10 acres of commercial was denied annexation on the corner of Holbert Road and the Fort Mill Parkway. In late 2023, an age-restricted MXU project containing 525 homes, along with assisted living, grocery store, and a bank, was also denied annexation. In 2022, 350 homes were denied annexation on W's Bridge Road South. In 2023, 60 homes were denied annexation adjoining waterside of the Catawba. An additional 100 homes never applied for annexation to the town, but did inquire about the possibility of annexation within the W's Bridge Road area. I believe the constant trends of annexation denials that application never came to fruition. Currently, the Fort Mill Parkway is a service level DE, which E is pretty much an F, at peak usage times. W's Bridge Road South is service level DE at peak usage times, with W's Bridge Road North is a service level C at peak usage times. This project is going to impact adjoining residential property owners at 1836 North Dobies Bridge Road, 1866 North Dobies Bridge Road, 1925 and 1933 Hare Road. Please consider these homeowners when making this decision. Also, please consider the Harris Teeter grocery store site that is now coming online and will begin construction later this year. I acknowledge that donut holes exist throughout the county. As we all know, the growth in our region has put a tremendous strain on infrastructure, and all elected officials in this region have had to deal with this and adapt to that growth. The main reason that I'm here before you this evening is for the sake of regional planning. Moving forward, I ask that both councils, myself included, do a better job of communication and collaboration, because I view us all as one team. I really do. And I respect every one of you guys that sit at this table, because I know the sacrifice that you have gone through with things in the last few years. And I just wanted to say thank you for letting me come here tonight.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you.
Amy Hutchins.
She was sworn in.
Sworn in. Laura Booth.
Thank you for listening to me today. I appreciate your time very much, and I appreciate your time on the York County Council. Thank you. My address is 109 West Summersby in Fort Mill, but I'm here to ask you to consider a needs assessment for libraries in York County. My friends and neighbors in western York County don't have libraries anywhere near them. My friends in western York County can't bring their children to Story Hour. They can't bring their children to Lego camp. They can't bring their seniors to gather and have conversation. Libraries are the third space in our lives. They're the only free place you can go aside from work and church. We need more libraries in our county, and we are desperately underserved. So my ask to this council is to please provide funding for a needs assessment so we can truly understand what our western and southern and the rest of York County, what our needs are for library services. Thank you for your time. Thank you for
ma'am.
listening.
David Booth.
Good evening, Council. David Booth, 109 West Summersby. Speaking on behalf for, excuse me here. Last week I was in a board meeting with the York County Trustees Library. I believe the county manager, Mr. Madden, was there as well. It was disheartening to me see the blatant disregard and defiance of the York County plan for not allowing for the growth of libraries. Without the assessments plan, we can't understand what the economic development will be, what the impacts will be, what the growth will be. This county is growing leaps and bounds. And it's important that if we want economic development in our county, we need to take a needs assessment of all our assets. This includes libraries, civic centers, and everything else, and park and recreation. Whatever we've got assets, we need to leverage those assets with developers. We need to take advantage of that. That was done 20 years ago in York County and Baxter. We know that can happen. We know it's been successful. We know we can do it again. So I urge you to move forward with allowing the funding for the assessment plan and providing additional funding for planning efforts. And maybe during this planning effort, it could have been a regional planning and understanding that maybe with the Fort Mill school system and other locations, this library could have been in place of SILFAB, and these communities could have had a better place to be for their children, and these developers bring a better product to our county. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That concludes our public forum session. We appreciate everyone coming out who came to speak, and we ask that you continue to come out and stay plugged into county business. Do we have a motion on consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing, consent agenda is approved. We move now to our first public hearing item. This is a long one, so I'm going to put my glasses on. Council to hold a public hearing and provide second reading of an ordinance authorizing the assignment of the existing agreement between York County and Fort Mill Rescue regarding the provision of EMS services within the county to Atrium Health, Fort Mill EMS, Inc., AHFM, conditioned upon AHFM meeting and maintaining the requirements in State Regulation 61-7 regarding emergency medical services, and further conditioned upon AHFM reaching a new agreement with York County addressing inter alia the terms and conditions for AHFM's participation as an EMS provider operating within York County and as a part of York County's 911 dispatch system, providing dispatch response and drive time standards and requirements for AHFM, establishing staffing minimum levels for AHFM rescue units, setting insurance coverage requirements for AHFM, and providing for other matters relating thereto. Do we have any feedback from staff before we open the public hearing?
Just to let you all know, Council, if you have any questions that you want to discuss, Assistant County Manager David Garner, who's over Public Safety Departments, and myself, we're here to answer those questions. As you know, Atrium has reached out and developed an agreement with Fort Mill EMS to purchase their assets and operations, and so that's why we find ourselves here tonight.
Thank you, sir. Council certainly can ask questions at any point in time of staff, but if there's no questions now, I'll open the public hearing. All right. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? If you'll just give your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Urquhart. I live at 341 Mears Court, Fort Mill. Good evening. I'm Teresa Urquhart. I'm the Market CEO for Piedmont Medical Center, and I have been in various leadership roles in healthcare for the last 35 plus years, and I've lived in like 5 different states, and so I come with an extensive experience, and I've been in the role here at Piedmont Medical Center for 18 and a half months. And I'm here tonight to for the second reading for the Fort Mill EMS issue, and just ask that instead of allowing the existing to grant the assignment to an outside, person outside the state to Atrium, is to allow the existing primary 911 service provider, Piedmont Medical Center EMS, to cover the current number of units served by Fort Mill EMS, rather than assigning it to a health system outside the state. Piedmont Medical Center has been serving this county for over 40 years, as well as providing the primary 911 service. The current administration was not approached by Fort Mill Rescue regarding their desire to be acquired. We would have appreciated the opportunity to engage with Fort Mill EMS to understand their needs. Piedmont Medical Center is committed to our community and is the only hospital in York County, with 2 acute care hospitals, 3 emergency departments, 2 urgent care centers, and an array of services from a level 3 trauma to a primary stroke center to a STEMI receiving facility. We also provide inpatient behavioral health for our county and continue to expand other services such as neurosurgery, robotics, and that sort of thing to help the needs of our community. Piedmont Medical Center contributes significantly to this county and our communities. We paid $7 million in property taxes, again, to support our county initiatives. We paid $3.6 million of indigent care tax that we pay on behalf of York County, so that that doesn't get passed to our taxpayers within the county, as it does in most other counties. We lost $2.2 million to provide EMS services to our county, and not only that, but we invested over the last 3 years over $3 million into our EMS services for replacement of ambulances, QRVs, equipment, training, and those kind of things. And we continue to have plans for the future to continue to invest capital into our EMS services. Piedmont Medical Center is the 3rd largest employer in York County and the largest employer in Rock Hill. We have a total of 1,880 employees with an additional 360 contracted staff, so that's a total of 2,240 people that have been added to our workforce and our community. EMS is our largest department with 185 employees. Our EMS fleet consists of 25 ambulances, 7 QRVs, and 3 support vehicles. In 2024, our EMS responded to over 32,000 calls and over 22,500 transports. We invest annually to help support the community training events, EMS personnel participated in over 2,200 hours of continuing education and supported 61 community events in 2024 with over 820 personnel hours. We are elevating expectations and delivery of quality care as evidenced by our commitment to become an accredited EMS agency through the Commission on Accreditation of Ambulances. We continue to meet the requirements of the county contract regarding patient choice, average response time by zone, and available vehicles per shift and per day. In closing, I appreciate and respect each one of you on the County Council for all you do in serving our community. And I believe we are all committed to our community and making York County a great place for our families to grow, businesses to succeed, and support of our local communities and businesses. Therefore, I ask that you allow the York County primary 911 service provider for the past 40-plus years, Piedmont Medical Center EMS, to staff the needs that the Fort Mill EMS currently provides versus assignment to an out-of-state provider to provide local 911 services. Thank you so much for your attention and time this evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against?
Hello, good evening. My name is Chris Mitchell. I live at 620 Pomegranate Place in Fort Mill. I'm the CEO of Piedmont Medical Center, Fort Mill. Before I begin, I'd like to take a moment to thank the council and the county staff for all the work you do, time, effort, and you expend on behalf of the residents of York County. We, my wife, myself, our 4 kids are residents of York County and Fort Mill specifically, as I mentioned. We've lived here for nearly 6 years, doubled the size of our family in that time, and enjoy the wonderful schools, thank you to my friends from Fort Mill School District behind me, and the amenities that our county has to offer. We're grateful to live and work and play in York County. This is our home. Briefly, a quick background on my credentials as a healthcare professional. I've been in my role as the CEO of the new hospital in Fort Mill for 3 years and served in this market for 6. Prior to my time here, I spent 10 years serving in varying healthcare roles with tax-paying healthcare systems, non-tax-paying healthcare systems, adult hospitals, children's hospitals, community hospitals, and physician-owned organizations. I've worked across 4 states plus the District of Columbia with varying regulatory environments and highly competitive circumstances and witnessed firsthand a multitude of EMS structures. I am here this evening to discuss the second reading of Fort Mill EMS and the proposed reassignment of the existing agreement by and between Fort Mill EMS and York County Atrium Fort Mill EMS. As a resident and healthcare professional, I am opposed to the proposal on several levels, and in simple terms, request the council to consider alternative measures. Specifically, I'm requesting the council to utilize the existing primary ALS service provider, Piedmont Medical Center, to secure the number of EMS units historically operated by Fort Mill EMS, rather than reassigning the agreement to a health system based in another state or without a hospital location or hospital beds in this state. We at Piedmont Medical Center are fully prepared to increase our operating trucks and staff to continue to meet the needs of this county and its residents as we've done since 1983. When an issue of this magnitude occurs in our business, my first action as the CEO is to seek input and expertise from leaders, content experts, and colleagues, while also calling upon my many years of experience across multiple markets. It is also to analyze as much data as possible related to this matter. I did the same in this circumstance. After speaking with internal and external experts and personally examining the existing structure of nearly every county across South Carolina, one common theme arose. Most counties had a singular, clearly defined, and strongly supported primary ALS provider. Additionally, based on that data review, in short order, there were minimal counties being served by health systems for ALS coverage. Effectively, no counties were serviced by multiple health systems for ALS coverage. And there's not a single county we could find being supported by an out-of-state health system, or in other words, a health system without beds physically located in the service area they were covering. Thus, based on real-time data, the proposal to engage with a second provider operating as a health system in another state without hospital beds in South Carolina appears to be a notable operational outlier from a benchmark perspective and supports our request to instead expand coverage with the existing provider, Piedmont Medical Center. We can all agree the design of the county's 911 service is a critical service branch to the community, and thus, when we consider a dramatic change such as the one being proposed, I believe it is in everyone's best interest to take a step back and examine how others, specifically other counties across our state, have structured. similar services. Naturally, I'm not privy to the diligence completed by council, but based on the complex nature of EMS, I encourage the membership, if not done already, to seek external and internal field experts on this matter, whether it be from national, regional, or statewide leaders. I'd like to shift back to York County for a second. Applying a local moniker, I believe we can all agree on to further support our request. As a visible, engaged business leader, I interact with local business owners, small and large, nearly every day. I constantly hear folks asking us to shop local. In this instance, I'm imploring you all, as neighbors, business leaders, owners, and county leaders, to do the same. I firmly believe the best decision, design, and structure of EMS for the residents of this county is to support the existing, long-standing, and local primary provider of ALS services, Piedmont Medical Center, rather than improving the requested reassignment and renewal of a long-term agreement with a new, out-of-state health provider. In closing, I deeply respect the council for serving your community. We are all pursuing the same goal of making York County a special place, a place where families can grow, businesses can thrive, and neighbors can help neighbors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against?
Good evening, members of council. My name is Manning Kimmel. I live at 1862 Oak Park Road in Rock Hill, and I'm a new member of the Piedmont Board of Governors. When I heard about this thing, I kept asking myself, how did this happen? How is there a disconnect between two entities that are doing the same kind of thing, which is growing the county? And then I looked at my own industry. I'm in the communications business, and I say all the time, we don't communicate well in our own business. So I think what happened here is simple to me. We have a brand new, relatively new county manager, and we have a relatively new administrative staff at Piedmont Medical Center. And I thought to myself, had this happened 3 or 4 years after they had taken over their offices, my guess is when this came across Mr. Edwards' desk, he probably might have picked up the phone and called Piedmont Medical Center and talked to Chris or Teresa and say, did you all really not want to do the ambulance service in Fort Mill? This doesn't seem to make any sense to me. But yet, I think that's what happened, because from my understanding of this whole issue, the Fort Mill EMS people never talked directly to the administrative staff of the hospital. So that's just one thought. The other thought I had is how good this county has been on economic development. And this comes from my years as serving on the York County Economic Development Board, and I was the chair there for a couple of years. I know that the county has dedicated staff resource to going out to existing industries and saying on a regular basis, what can we do to help you grow your footprint, to create more jobs, to create more tax base? And yet here we are with one of the county's largest employers, over 2,000 employees, paying $13 million or whatever the figure is in taxes. And we have an opportunity here to support that local business. And I think it would make sense, in light of what the county does regularly to support local industries and help them grow, to say, look, why not let them do this? They have a track record. They've been part of the county for decades, and they know what they're doing. So those are my thoughts, and I hope you will take them into consideration as you decide this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against this request? All right, is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Good evening, Council. My name is Timothy McMichael. I reside at 186 Pennington Road, Rock Hill, South Carolina. And this evening, I have the privilege of appearing in front of you on behalf of Fort Mill EMS, my Board of Trustees, my volunteers, and my staff. Last year in 2024, our agency responded to over 4,100 calls for service in York County, which was responsible for 2,600 transports. We provide a vital, necessary service to this community in partnership with River Hills and Piedmont Medical Center. I've had the privilege of being the chief of the agency for over 15 years, which means that I not only have the experience, but I also have history. I can tell you that on more than one occasion, we've attempted to work in partnership with other agencies in the county on ventures of this nature and have not been successful in doing so. My phone call to Atrium was well received. Their staff welcomed our ideas. And when we presented a plan to ensure the long-term viability of our agency, provide a living wage for our employees, and ensure equitable and compassionate care to the citizens of York County, they came with the full force of everything they had in that pursuit. I encourage you to vote yes to this, to recognize our joint efforts to continue the traditions of Fort Mill EMS in both Fort Mill and York County. And I welcome any questions that you may have at any point in time. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor?
Move to close.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any discussion?
So I do have one thing. And I want to direct
On
this.
closing the public hearing?
Oh, no, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
I move that we defer this item until we can all be brought up to more speed as to how all this unfolded and whether it was fair and equitable to Piedmont.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Mr. Roddy?
I want to fall back. I wasn't at the last meeting. I was out sick. Not feeling all that well today, but I said I was going to make sure I made this meeting for this particular item. I remember several years ago, and I'm the only one on council when we went through the hospital wars with Piedmont and Atrium as to who's going to build the new hospital in Fort Mill. It was pretty rough. It's a lot of back and forth, a lot of trips to Columbia, lawsuits and everything going on in the battle to see who's going to get the hospital. And I stood with Piedmont during that time. And not to say that it was the right or wrong thing to do, but over the years, since that decision was made and all that stuff that went on, I feel real good about my decision to support Piedmont, because what you just heard in the presentation from their staff, their commitment to this community, what they've put on the table from our tax base to services that they provide. I just think that we need to really take a step back and see if allowing Atrium to come in, is that the best thing for our community? And I've been a part of conversations, even on my job, as to what can be done to keep, whether it was Bowater, New Indy, growing their employees. And I think we'll be selling ourselves short if this council doesn't have a full opportunity to digest wholeheartedly what Piedmont means to this community, and if we're doing the right thing by allowing, like you said, an out-of-state entity to come in and start to take part of that share of what Piedmont has been doing for over 40 years here. I just think it's the right thing to do. And, you know, for us to get brief during an executive session and then make such a decision like this, I think we owe it to ourselves to really take a step back and digest this and make the right decision, because Piedmont has been real good to this community. I'm sure they can meet all the demands of having an ALS, response times, and all the things that I see here that Atrium said they will do. Piedmont's already doing it for our community. So I want to make sure if there's going to be a transition, and it seems like there will be, that everything is done above board, because I heard the gentleman say he's tried several times, but I heard the new staff say they haven't been reached out to. They haven't been given an opportunity with this particular scenario. So I want to make sure that they've had an opportunity to reach out to Fort Mill EMS to see if at all possible they can come to some kind of terms. I don't know what the asking price, I don't know any parts of the financial or the detail, but hopefully they can have a conversation. But I want to get educated to make sure we're doing right by those who are providing for our community right now. So that's why I asked for the deferral.
I would like to say I was a little disappointed on the deferral. I would move for this to be approved for this reason only, is that Fort Mill EMS is a business It's, and it's not for the government to say who can or cannot sell to who or who else. As long as Atrium is promising to provide the requirements and meet the contract requirements that we have for that facility, who is it for us to say, no, you can't sell to this other entity and we want you to be sold off this other way to somebody else? I appreciate all that Piedmont does. I mean, they are a hospital, they have EMS service, but there's also a thing of competition that brings better to all of our industries. And it's a lot different than saying, you know, we want to help our businesses grow in this county and support them. But that's to keep them from closing down and just going away completely. This instance, we're not closing down. We're getting another industry or another company to come in. We're not losing Piedmont. We're not making them smaller. We're just helping them along, you know. And, you know, if the Fort Mill EMS doesn't want to talk to Piedmont, who are we to force them to? So I would just go with that we approve this and move along. And if their contract and Atrium can't do what they say they're going to do and can't meet our requirements, then we let somebody else take it over. That's what I got.
So I think you know, as I went to start speaking, which I spoke out of line there for a second, but I just want to say that it is important to understand how much due diligence the staff did on this. Really important. And there's a lot of conversation around this. And I think that's critically important for the public to understand that. I also think it's important where, as Bump had mentioned, if he's not fully vetted in understanding this situation, I think that that's the reason, again, I second his motion. I think it's important that we continue to look at this, at least for one deferral, to make sure everybody's on board with what the situation is, what occurred. Because I tell you, Piedmont Hospital has done a fantastic job in this community, and they are a absolute support group for the community. And I think it's worth doing our due diligence just a little bit longer in order to make sure everybody understands the situation. And that's the reason why I supported your deferral.
And just jumping in, you know, David and I are here to answer any questions that y'all have tonight. There's nothing in the current contract with Piedmont that precludes them from adding more ambulances. And what I would encourage y'all to think about is this is about making sure we have more ambulances in the system responding to 911 calls.
Okay, so first of all, being in that area, it's a very fine line. And that fine line is the North and South Carolina state line, which we are on, we can't help we're on, and it's just, we're almost like a merged community there. When I first heard about this, I had some opinions, and I thought, you know what? My job is to do what my constituents feel is best for the community. So I went on a tear this week, even though I've been out with a knee replacement and had to do a lot of phone calling and so on and so forth. But I spoke to several communities in the area, Carolina Orchard, Springfield, Regent Park area, that have people that from other parts of the country, is what I'm going to say. We have people from not only other parts of the country, but we have people from citizens from all over the world that live in our area. And so, like I say, my job is to listen to my constituents. And I had some very strong opinions about that. They welcomed this change. So I understand competition also. I was in the retail world, and that is another thing to make us all stronger. This company is their own company. We shouldn't allow the government, like Andy said, to hold a company back on what is their privilege. I would hate, when I sold my business, for someone to come and tell me who I could sell my business to. So that is, that's an important fact. So I would like to have been, I'm thinking that we should vote on this, but if we go with Bump's decision, what would be the reading then? How would we work that? Because this is the second reading, public hearing.
We're currently on second reading, and any time to pass an ordinance requires 3 readings, so we still have another reading even apart from this. So to continue to ask questions and for council to get more information.
Well, that gives me additional time to go to my constituents.
Any comments?
Well, I mean, I'm about the same way. I have no problem with, whoever this business they decide to deal with is who they decide to deal with.
I have a question for staff.
Okay.
So first, if it wasn't our decision to make, we wouldn't be here tonight. I'll say that first and foremost. It is our decision. My first question to staff is, have we given money to Fort Mill Rescue? Do we have any investment in what they've done over the last 20 years?
So the county does not provide any direct financial assistance to any EMS provider in York County. That includes Fort Mill EMS, Piedmont, and River Hills. So we do not have any financial obligation contractually with any of those providers.
So why is this decision before this council and they just didn't do it 1v1 off to the side and say, hey, you can do it? Why is this with this council?
So York County is the franchisee of EMS services in the county. So it is beholden to York County and York County government to establish the EMS service. Who provides that service, whether it's York County or if it's contracted through other providers, that is a authority of the county council. So that is why it is before county council, because the agreements with those providers are contractual arrangements between the county council and those providers. It is not exclusive to any one provider or any one group.
Right. And I'll say, it's one thing to talk about business. Our job is taking care of the citizens, regardless of what the business is. And I think when you're talking about taking care of citizens, that's why this decision comes to us to make and not just a typical business decision. We're not trying to, I wouldn't think we're going to say you have to sell, but what I'm asking for is an opportunity for us, this council, to make the decision to do what's right for our citizens. I don't care about the business part of it. I don't care if they sell it for $1 million or $500,000 or $50. But we're here for our citizens, and since we're the beholder of the, what did you say, was it a charter or?
Yeah, the franchise.
The franchise. It's our decision. And if we think it's in the best interest of this community for Piedmont to provide that, that's our decision. If we think it's in the best interest of this community to allow Atrium to come in, that's our decision. So it's not just whether Fort Mill wants to do business with Atrium. It's does this council want to do all it can do to provide for its citizens? Because when we talk about putting the citizens first, this is what our job is. It's not about the business. It's our decision. And I think our decision should hinge on doing what's right for the citizens. And I know staff has spent some time, but no one on this staff was here. This is a turf war that has been going on for many, many years between hospital. And it's still going on when it comes down to something as simple as EMS. You can't speak, I speak volumes, it speaks volumes when you hear all the things that Piedmont has done in this community. But I want to have time to meet with Piedmont. I want to have time to meet with Fort Mill EMS. I want to have time to meet with Atrium. But I want to know about the citizens part. Are we making the best decision for our citizens? And if we can get a deferral, I'll do my due diligence And it's not just pass it off just because Fort Mill wants Atrium to have it and they don't have a great relationship with Piedmont. That's neither here nor there. Our part is the citizens' part in this deal.
So I don't support deferral, but I understand Mr. Roddy's concerns. The reason why I don't support deferral is because I've spent time meeting with Piedmont. I have not met with, at their request, and they reached out, and I appreciated the information that they shared. Really, one of the main reasons is that we still have another reading, and I think that there are some questions that I have, some questions that I intend to ask when we have executive session to follow up on some of the comments that we've heard today. But I don't think that should stop us from moving forward with second reading. We can either choose to push off third reading if there's a need to do that, and there's still additional time between now and then to get questions answered. First of all, I do want to say I'm very thankful to Piedmont for their commitment and investment in York County. My sister used to work at Piedmont. I know that you employ a lot of folks here, and I value the services, and I know that our community values the services that you provide to our citizens. And I know that the county is going to work cooperatively to continue to work cooperatively towards the services being provided and meeting the county needs. I also want to thank Fort Mill EMS they've been providing this ambulance service for many, many years as well. And my understanding is that they want to continue to provide those services. The only difference is Atrium will be on the truck instead of Fort Mill EMS. So in my mind, what I see is that the county's job is to build the best public safety response system for our citizens. And that means all qualified resources and providers that are willing to help us meet that need. I think we should welcome them here. There has been a history of turf wars, and I think that emanated from the certificate of need requirement that basically didn't allow everyone to participate. You had to have a permit. That the state has since this time eliminated that. So, to me, as long as Atrium meets the same or higher qualifications that Fort Mill EMS does, it's not our role as county to get into these questions to say that business cannot come here. I do have some additional questions, though, and I will continue to ask those. The fact that Fort Mill EMS negotiated separately a private agreement with Atrium, that's not the county's business. The county doesn't get involved with those private agreements, and we don't want to get involved with those agreements. This is something that the businesses have to deal with. The county's job is to make sure that the ambulance providers that are here meet the qualifications and that they dispatch an ambulance to the closest, they dispatch the closest ambulance to the person who has an issue. And whoever's the closest gets there. Piedmont can add more ambulances at any time that they want. Nothing that we're considering here today changes that. We invite and encourage Piedmont to continue to provide those resources. So to me, the only issue that we really face is whether to allow those ambulance services to continue and to provide those services without any interruption and without any cost to the residents. So I would continue to support second reading and allow council still some time between second and third. So I will not support the deferral, but certainly if there are additional things that we learn between now and third reading that cause an issue, I think that can come up then. So the motion on the table is to defer second reading. All those in favor of the deferral say aye.
Aye.
Can you raise your hand so I can see? Okay. All those opposed to the deferral say aye. Aye. All right, so the deferral does not move forward. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
So the motion is to approve second reading and recognizing that we still have additional time before third reading to address some additional questions. Yeah. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Move now to our second public hearing item, council to hold a public hearing and consider first reading of an ordinance to amend Chapter 155 zoning code, subchapter F, nonconformities, to allow existing nonconforming lots to be made less nonconforming through lot combination or recombination, to allow for the limited expansion of nonconforming residential and nonconforming non-residential uses, to provide for a public hearing, and to provide for other matters relating thereto. We have Ms. Grothy.
Yes, Rachel Grothy, I'm a zoning administrator in the planning department. All right, as you stated, we do have a text amendment in front of y'all related to nonconformities. So a little bit of background. Planning and Zoning Committee did meet in December of last year to talk about some issues related to amendments for nonconformities. So nonconforming lots, nonconforming residential uses, and nonconforming non-residential uses. And I'll get into the difference of all of those and explain all of those. And the goal really with all of this is to relax regulations to allow for reasonable improvements to nonconforming uses and lots. Okay, so some definitions here. So a nonconformity is an existing development that lawfully existed either prior to zoning or a zoning code change, but does not otherwise comply with effective zoning. So there are 4 different types of nonconformities. The first being like a nonconforming lot. And the big thing with this is property may not meet the minimum lot size. So if, for example, let's say you have a property that is zoned RSF 40, the minimum lot size for that parcel is 40,000 square feet. Let's say this parcel was actually 30,000 square feet. So that would make it non-conforming for lot area. And then there's also non-conformity for dimensional standards, whether that is width or depth. Second non-conformity has to do with site improvements. So this has to do with maybe a site may not meet all requirements as prescribed under whatever the current code is. So whether that's buffers or landscaping, tree save, amenities, parking, could be any number of things. The fourth is non-conforming structures. So this has to do with a structure, whether it's a house or a shed or whatnot, being located within a required setback. And the last one has to do with uses. So these are uses that are no longer permitted within the zone district in which it is located. So nonconformities, they happen for a variety of reasons. They happen because zoning evolves over time, or even things that are developed prior to zoning was implemented. And this does happen here in York County, given that our zoning code is only 38 years old. All right, so we'll go into non-conforming lots. So the problem that we are seeing with non-conforming lots is that the code does not allow for the recombination of non-conforming lots unless it results in a conforming lot. So there is there's no option to decrease a nonconformity if total compliance is not gained. So I want to be clear, there is nothing in the code that prohibits the use of a non-conforming lot. So in fact, we even have a provision in the code that helps folks utilize and build on non-conforming lots. So there's a section that allows for front, side, and rear yard setbacks to be reduced by up to 40% by the zoning administrator. Now, the applicant or property owner needs to demonstrate that the proposed reduction is necessary in order to accommodate a reasonable structure. So I wanted to provide a couple of examples. So we have this old subdivision here from 1946 with lots that are approximately 7,200 square feet, so 50 by 145-ish. And I believe that y'all may have actually seen this subdivision before in the past for some rezonings. So in this particular case, the current zoning is RSF 30, which means the minimum lot size is 30,000 square feet. So this means, with these lots being 7,200 square feet, these lots are considered non-conforming for area. So what happens is that a property owner may own a couple of lots, like how it's shown here in green, and they may want to merge the two so they can have a larger lot to develop. However, under current code, they would be unable to because the combination does not result in a conforming lot.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yes,
right
ma'am.
quick? So I guess my question is, how did they, I'm assuming this is part of a plat that was approved and is this the situation that we had where there's a whole bunch of houses around there already? I remember that we had several of these issues come up.
I believe so, and this was from, what, 1946, like way, way, way before.
Before zoning.
Yes, way before zoning, way before anyone had thought about minimum lot size, that sort of thing.
So I guess when did they get rendered my question fundamentally to all these things is when did they become non-conforming and the problem that we're trying to solve? So in this case, it looks like they were part of a common plan. Is that something that do we look at what drove it to be non-conforming?
In this particular case, I couldn't tell you exactly what made it become non-conforming or when that happened, or even why it was assigned, RSF 30. Our goal with this is to make property owners' lives easier by being able to combine these, because if we allow property owners to recombine, they avoid having to go through the rezoning process. I don't know if that answers your question.
And it's going to be non-conforming, even when they combine it, it's just less non-conforming.
That's correct. It's less non-conforming.
I think me and Debbie talked about this in our, when I was on.
Time.
Yeah.
Not a little bit.
Yeah.
I guess that's my question though, is, I mean, the example that I remember this prompted was all these other places, they have houses on them.
Mm-hmm.
So we just have like a couple of lots left over. And so now we're saying they're non-conforming for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Why wouldn't we just leave the lots the way it was platted out instead of us now say, okay, well, we'll make it easier for you to combine them.
Mm-hmm.
When the reality is it doesn't really make it easier for this property owner in particular, because
mean,
they had similar sized lots. I mean, probably the best thing for them was let me have my 2 lots here that you said I could pursuant to the whatever. And so we don't need to go down this rabbit trail. We could
Sure.
ask these questions 24 times. I think the main question was, what did we see a pattern in this? It looks like this request was made last year to look at the non-conforming uses. So it was before the Planning and Zoning Committee last year.
That's correct.
And it's taken a while to get to us. I guess one of the biggest questions was, are we able to see patterns of what's making things non-conforming? Because what's being suggested and what's being proposed, like for instance with the Sandifer Road, that wouldn't solve this problem for them either. I want to make sure we're solving like problems that we are seeing regularly.
Sure. And I guess sort of another example of this might be, I mean, we have seen properties that are zoned AGC that don't meet the minimum lot size, and they too are wanting to combine like a 2-acre parcel with a 1-acre parcel, and that's not something as of right now that we could do. So there are other instances in which this occurs, not just this example.
I know, we saw several different examples when we were deciding, hey, yeah, let's make this move.
My other, I was going to look and see if I had another picture. I don't, I'm sorry.
So let me ask you a quick question on this
Yes,
one
sir.
here. So somebody applies though for this, or they send you a request for a review, et cetera, and they're in a situation like this. What is the streamlined process for them not to get caught up in the whole process of it? I mean, I know we're talking about modification here, but how is this identified right up front? Is there any additional steps that the landowners need to do to, move forward with their request, and they're not having to go to ZBA or anything along those lines, correct?
No, they wouldn't have to go to, this would be completely administrative. The property owner could apply for a recombination at our office. It's a really, really quick and pretty painless process. And after they submit to our office and staff approves it, they'll take their plats over here to be recorded and.
Okay, so there's no
Yep.
additional steps.
Mm-mm.
We're basically eliminating steps in this process.
So they wouldn't be required, they could use the actual plats and not have to resurvey or?
I believe they probably would have to resurvey. I can't speak off the top of my head in terms of exactly what that application requires. I'm not the one that reviews them. I just sort of know the overview.
Didn't we talk about the fact that this is not like an everyday situation? The
No, it's
non-conformance?
definitely not. It's definitely not an everyday situation.
Yeah.
But I will say that it does happen, and it does come up. And our goal is to be able to help property owners go through an administrative process as opposed to having to go through a rezoning, which is a much longer process and a heavier lift.
What's the cost to do it administratively versus going through the rezoning?
I want to say, off the top of your head, is it?
What is the cost to even file for rezoning? It's about $700 versus doing it this way.
Yeah, I
the
think we
individual-
determined that it was going to be a savings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Applicant,
definitely
yeah.
several $100s to apply for reason. There's a base fee, and then from there, there's another amount that's based on how much land it is. So there definitely is a significant savings that gets passed on to the property owner.
So as I look at what we're changing and what the recommendation is basically, I'm not really sure I understand the benefit of having a lesser non-conforming use. What does that gain you? I'm not really sure I get that, but it seems to me the two good things that, if I'm reading this right, I just want to make sure I'm right. Residential uses. What we're saying is now, if somehow you've been rendered non-conforming, whether it's through recode or any new things that have happened, this will continue. If we make these changes, it will allow you to expand or enlarge, and as long as you don't, in terms of residential uses, as long as you don't increase the number of dwelling units, and as long as the setbacks are met, then it gives you that ability to expand. That's one of the good things.
Yes, absolutely. You've jumped a little bit ahead of me. Those are all very good things, and definitely the reason that we are pushing this forward. So unless there are any more questions at this time, I'll go ahead and move forward, and feel free to interrupt me if I can answer any other questions. So I'm not going to read this entire table, but I just wanted to impress upon council that this is a big undertaking, and a lot of research is done by staff on the front end before offering a recommendation and bringing it before the P&Z committee. So you'll see that we took a look at a good number of our neighbors to see how they're doing things, and what we are proposing is well within what other folks in the area are doing. So here is the actual text amendment, the actual language, that existing non-conforming lots may be made less non-conforming through lot combination or recombination. All right, so we're going to move on to another type of nonconformity, and that is nonconforming residential uses. So the problem that staff has seen is that additions, accessory structures, whether it's a deck or a shed, cannot be added to lots that contain non-conforming residential uses. So, for example, we have this UD zoned parcel that's approximately 5,600 square feet. It currently has a occupied dwelling unit on it. So if this property owner wanted to place a shed for their lawn equipment, or put an addition on their house for a growing family, they would not be permitted to do so. So in this instance, their only option would be to rezone to a zoning designation that allows for residential, which we do know is a significant undertaking. And then here is one more example. So this example shows a small cluster of parcels that are zoned GC, and they all contain legal non-conforming residential uses. So as such, these property owners, much like the last one, are not permitted to add any accessory structures or construct any additions on their property. And again, the only path forward would be to rezone. That's correct. So again, we went through this exercise looking at all of our neighbors to see how they handle these types of situations. And roughly half of what we looked at allow for expansions of some kind for residential. And so the proposed text amendment indicates that a non-conforming single-family residence may be physically expanded, enlarged, and residential accessory uses or structures may be added to the lot, provided that there is no increase to the number of dwelling units and the required setbacks are met. So this is what you were talking about just a few minutes ago about this. Any questions about that one? Because then if not, then I'll move on to non-residential. I know it's a lot of information. I know. Okay, so looking at non-conforming, non-residential uses, so this is like commercial, industrial type uses. So same thing as with residential, reasonable additions and expansions are not permitted to a non-conforming use. So for this one, we have the example of this gas station here. And we were approached actually by this property owner, and it's a legal non-conforming gas station. And the property owner wanted to construct a small addition on the rear of the gas station. And unfortunately for the owner, we were unable to approve because gas stations are not a permitted use in NC. So what we're trying to do is to allow for reasonable.
And that's where so in this instance, when did it get to neighborhood commercial? I mean, why would something be in, I mean, that's a relatively new zoning classification. I mean, at some point it had to be GC.
Well,
Neighborhood commercial's been here from the very beginning of time, but this gas station that went there is not allowed to be there, even though it's there.
Couldn't build it the other day.
Yeah, that gas station been there a long time.
Maybe it was.
They got the best hot dogs in town.
That's what I've heard.
Dang.
So
That's what I've heard.
Stand serving as a gas station.
Build them a room on.
They don't build them like that anymore.
So, I mean, I guess to sort of answer your question, nonconformities like this, they exist for a variety of reasons. And one, and I'm probably thinking in this case, was they were there before zoning was even a thought in York County.
So somebody designated their zoning to something that they're not allowed to do. That's the problem that
Sure.
I'm seeing with this, is why aren't we just fixing that problem instead of, now basically what we're doing is we're giving this individual, under this scenario, a non-conforming use, we're letting them have 10%. They can increase 10%, or they have to go get a special exception to do something they've always been doing. I mean, I guess that's the path that we're creating now, is that it would go, if it's more than 10%, it has to go to
That's
the
correct.
BZA. Otherwise, you guys could administratively approve 10%.
That's correct. And again, we did our homework with our research on comparison jurisdictions. And just like the last two that we looked at, what's being proposed is well within what other folks are doing. And so this proposed text amendment allows for a non-conforming use of an existing building to be expanded internally into other portions of the building. It also may be physically expanded, and accessory uses or structures related to that nonconformity may be added to the lot, provided that then there's the 10% cap that's put on that. And then anything beyond that does require approval by the Board of Zoning Appeals. So there are a number of benefits from these proposed amendments. So the amendments further our Grow Responsibly Strategic Plan 1F by providing solutions to identified code issues. It also furthers growing economic opportunities that are favorable to small businesses. Allowing the combination of non-conforming lots to be made less non-conforming will benefit property owners wishing to merge lots. And really the loosening of the regulations, it's expected to have a positive impact on both property owners and small businesses. So homeowners would be able to install a shed. And businesses, like we saw with that gas station, would be able to put a small addition on their property.
Rachel?
Yes, sir.
Do you think 10% is enough to do administratively and then send everything else to a rezoning?
Oh, to special exception to Board of Zoning Appeals. I do, and this is something that we talked about internally and something that y'all talked about at the meeting, the P&Z meeting. Obviously, if council would like to change that number, we're absolutely amenable to that. Y'all are in charge.
And what made me think about that, if you go back a couple of slides, looking at that gas station, 10% to him or her, whoever owns it, it's not going to be that much. It probably costs, it wouldn't be advantageous for him to increase it by 10%. because you know you got the dig and footing and all this stuff that go
Sure.
into it. It wouldn't be 10% to this guy wouldn't move the needle on a building like this. And if we're trying to make it, you know, feasible, that's why I was asking you, what did you think
Sure.
about the 10% versus
Sure.
20% or because somebody did one slide before, I think they went up to 25%.
And if that's,
Some are
if,
50, some are, I mean, I just don't. know.
yeah, if that's what y'all would like to do, you know, we can absolutely do that. I will say that in this instance, like, this is a real example.
Yeah.
And their addition was a really small addition just for a cooler. So,
Yeah, I would, follow up there with that comment. I think we should increase at least to 25%, maybe 50. Because again, I think that when a business owner is looking at making a beneficial update, 10% of that would not cut it for them. So I would
Okay.
definitely I would recommend at least 25% or maybe
Yeah,
50.
I think 25 is a starting
I
point.
think 25.
Yeah, let's change
Okay.
it if we could.
yeah, no, we can,
Because a lot of times on the nonconformity, I mean, if you look at this and you put 25% on there, he's not going to have anywhere for the people to park.
I guess
Well, you
my
can go
question,
back. You know, it's
my
the
question on this
size
one
of the
is,
lot.
so what's the difference in the buffer yards? And so, to me, it would seem like you would just rezone. Why would, I get the 10%. This would have helped one isolated person do this. To me, the bigger question is, put him in a, he
change
obviously
the
was
zone.
given the right, he should be in, what allows a gas station? What, is it GC or? what?
That's right. So that's
Why didn't we
that's
just-
the option that's present,
Uh-huh.
is to rezone. So this is an additional option, to do it administratively or over a certain threshold, 10%, whatever the number might be, to go to the BZA. So there's some public input. And the thing to remember about the 10% administrative number, the reason why it's suggested to be that low to start with, and then maybe you go to the board for special permission, is right now these examples are the low-hanging fruit, the things that no one's going to oppose. But you might have things that people would oppose, that you wouldn't want necessarily to have 20, 25, 50% administrative expansion, like a landfill that's not in a correct zoning district, for example, or a concrete plant that's been out there forever and they're firing it back up. They want to add a second bay to it. So things like that. So just remember the outliers, some things that people might not want to expand, because it goes both ways.
I guess I agree with that, and I don't know, it seems like we're just picking a number here or there, and that the examples that I've seen could be handled differently. I would like us to be tracking, okay, so we're doing this to solve a problem. This obviously gives some relaxed pieces to it, but is that, how many situations have we been presented with that caused us to do this? And I'll support what we have right now, but I guess I still have this lingering question. What does it gain you to be lesser non-conforming? What does that get you?
So here are my questions for that. Or do you want her to answer?
I'd like to know if there's, if you have the answer. I don't know. I just don't understand what that gains you.
I mean, so.
It just allows people to add property to something, but they still can't use it for what they wanted to use it for.
Well, so in the example of combining the lots, that would allow someone to combine lots, and let's say have one tax bill, and I want to be able to build a house that might be a little bit bigger and may not be constrained by a more narrow property. I would like to maybe double the
So in
size
this case,
of that.
being lesser non-conforming, I mean, we're talking about combining them and still not conforming, then they would then still need to do something else, go get a rezoning.
No. They would not. They would be able to build on their property. There would not
Only
be.
if they had an existing, like if it's a residential lot, and that example of two houses, I mean, the two lots, if it's non-conforming, then they can't build the house.
Well, it's non-conforming.
On both lots.
Non-conforming for size.
For both lots.
Yes,
So
non-conforming.
they can't build a house on either one.
Oh, they can. They could build a house on either one.
gonna be tight.
What you're talking about doesn't, is an example of use as opposed to a non-conforming lot. So I like to think of it as like a substandard lot. It doesn't meet the minimum lot requirements. So if someone would like to, like I said, have one tax bill, they want to have more space to develop and not be constrained by, this thing is only, 50 feet wide, and I'm going to have smaller setbacks as a result of that, that would take care of that problem.
In the case, I'll let you ask
Okay.
your questions.
I have a couple different questions. The first one is, does this conflict or overlap with the ordinance that we just passed in consent, which was the administrative adjustments? Can some of this already be covered in that? Because we do allow adjustments of quantitative sizing in that. Two would be, with this, we have the 10% max on the non-residential, but what about the residential? We don't have any limits to what a non-conforming use would be, and I think we should have a limit to that, so that we don't get out of hand on it.
The limits that we have currently or that is being proposed right now is can't add another unit, and you'll have to be within your setbacks. So if council wants to put additional limits, maybe put like a percentage, like how we're talking about for non-residential uses, we can absolutely do that.
And then to fix some of these issues, I think I hate to allow a nonconformance to be an even larger nonconformance and just get out of hand. But I would ask that we, like the example we have, so if this could be rezoned and get into conformance and then they could do their addition, that would be great. But if the rezoning wouldn't even get it back into conformance, then we have some type of, allowance for it.
Or they may not want to go through the rezoning process because what they're proposing is so small and because of the money.
People don't
want to go through it.
Let me say this.
Sure.
You said larger non-conforming, but the term is lesser non-conforming. They're growing the lot size because this microphone is the lot. It's non-conforming. If you got two, it's still non-conforming, but you have a bigger piece, which makes it less non-conforming. You said a bigger non-conforming.
I was talking about when you got into the deck sizes and adding on to your house, adding on an accessory structure or more, that would get you even further into a non-conformance factor than, I wasn't just specifically talking about the lots.
I think what would help is if staff could track for us when you've had to reject people who had an existing home or had an existing use and they couldn't do it because of nonconformity. I think that's going to help our council better understand the rationale for this, but I think just to kind of move this along, because we still haven't opened the public hearing, y'all.
I think y'all should have been planning and zoning committee meeting.
I-
It was really thorough at that, totally understood. Now, if someone's in a non-conforming lot, they can't even build a deck on a house, am I correct?
That's correct.
And that would be an issue, but we can solve that, and they don't have to go through this rezoning just to be able to build a deck.
Exactly.
If we do this.
That's why I like that
If we do this,
first
they can
one.
build that deck. If we
Yes.
don't,
Right.
they can't build a deck, they can't put a pool, they can't put a shed, they can't do a typical homeowner activity, not build something
Right.
extravagant.
No, I
This
like
just solves something really simple that people would leave this offset. They won't even let me put a deck on my house. I still live here.
We're not deciding what color curtains they got to have.
I can't even put a shed to store my lawnmower because I'm on a non-conforming. This would allow someone to put a shed in the backyard, build a deck on whether it's a mobile home or an existing house. That's what I remember we
Yeah.
talked about
I
in
think the
that
word
meeting.
nonconformity is like, it makes people crazy, and it kind of made me crazy. And if council sees fit or would like, possibly, and I can't even believe I'm saying this, for P and Z to bring, for it to go back to P and Z, so we can,
I think we hashed it out pretty good.
if you're.
Do we have any, we're sitting here debating this and we haven't even opened this up to the public. Let me do this. Are there any other specific questions for staff before we open the public hearing?
No, I don't. I just think the recommendation to bring it to 25, I would highly recommend it.
Debbie wants something done about this non-conforming air condition, don't you?
Mr. Couch, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Very succinctly, I just wanted to say that I think the approach that the staff and the committee have taken, while relatively conservative, and it may not be issues that hit your phones every day, but it will, I think if we were to try this as is, the 10% standard, for example, is very common, and it's been used in a lot of communities for over a generation. If we find we are having problems with these changes, I would then say we can always bring it back to committee. But I really think this is something that's going to, may not please the masses of population, but it'll keep your phone on the hook. And but if you, on the other hand, if you still want to consider some expansion, we understand that too. But I just wanted to say, I think in my experience, this looks like it could work very well.
Thank you, sir. And I agree, and I think that we can, I just think it would be important for us as council to know and for y'all to be tracking if someone comes and they're a gas station and they're told, oh, you can't do this because you're not supposed to be here, but you've been here for 20 years. I would like to have a report from staff telling us when this comes up, because it may be something that needs to be revisited. So anyway, unless there are any other questions, let's go ahead and get into public hearing.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you all.
Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Scott Childers, 1349 Filbert Highway, York, South Carolina. I'll start with this one. I think y'all need to add, and I'm in favor of all of these in general, but a few comments. On this one, to me, like this NC in one spot, I think y'all could figure out a way if that person wants to rezone so they can actually utilize their property, that they could come to you as council and rezone that and them not be affected in a monetary way. I think that's something that y'all should consider. And I'm sorry I left my notes, and I told Jonathan I left my notes. Can y'all go to the previous one just so I don't mess this up on the slides? Whoever's got this one.
Click through.
Can you go to where they are? Because I'm not.
Yes, which one would you like to look at?
Just the one that preceded that one.
Oh.
Yeah, so this one. No,
This
that's
one?
good. Yeah.
Okay.
So I know this wasn't talking about sheds and things like that, but kind of the same thing. If they're in a GC district here and there's, if RS 40 would meet this condition here, to me, there's got to be a way y'all can approve and just have it rezoned and them not have to pay for this. It makes no sense.
Council initiated rezoning, sorry.
If the property owner wants it, and secondly, if y'all agree. If y'all don't agree to that rezoning, then it's a moot point, right? But y'all could easily state that we want to have this rezoned and somebody not have to pay whatever that fee is for rezoning. That makes sense to me. And you said just go back on this one. So back in the day, these were called strip lots by survey. Based on all these strip lots, they basically said if you want to buy one, you can buy one. If you want to buy 100 of them, you can buy 100, and it costs X per lot. So that's how a lot of these got this way. If you knew anything about Dilworth up in Charlotte, this was the same situation. I'd go in, I'd buy 3 lots. Well, I wouldn't, because people were putting $10 million houses on them, but that's what happened in Dilworth as an example up in Charlotte. So based on these, I agree with the verbiage of less non-conforming, because if you go to a lot that's closer to the zoning size that meets that condition and that situation, you are less non-conforming, and I think that's the way that it should come from y'all based on the information given by staff. So somebody may buy 3, 4, 5 lots, whatever, to build a larger home. What you got to be sure of is, I know the question was asked on the recombination, it does need to become a recombination plat. That way you clear everything of what could happen, and just to make sure all the setbacks and all are removed. so that that person can use the property as they intend it. So I just throw that out there, but that's a lot of the things that I think should be addressed, or at least should be considered by council.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor?
Move to close.
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to approve with a modification from 10 to 25.
Second.
All right, so the motion is to approve with the amendment of the 25%.
Up to, yeah. I have a quick question. Me and Councilman Litton was discussing about being able to add additions onto the home, even under non-conforming. What's that maximum that they're able to do administratively versus going through the rezoning? That question came up while you were up. We didn't get a chance to ask you.
Sure. So for non-conforming residential, what sort of would regulate that would be you would not be able to add an additional dwelling unit.
It had to be attached to the home.
So if you wanted to put an addition onto your home to add an extra bedroom, you would not be able to construct like an ADU, for example, an accessory dwelling unit in that case. So no additional units, and you would still need to meet setbacks.
Setbacks, yeah.
That's correct. So that's how that could be controlled.
So it's not.
It's not a percentage. That's not what's been proposed.
Right.
Right now, but
But they
if
still,
y'all
like,
feel
the restraint is they still have to be within the setback. So you just couldn't build
Yes,
it all the
sir.
way out to the property line and
Yes, sir.
typically double the size of your house because you're going to get into the setback. So they are limited by how much they can add, but it's just based on the setbacks and the lot lines.
That's correct.
But they can't do it now because we don't allow it, correct? But if
That's
we
correct.
make this change, you can add an addition to your home
Yes.
in a non-conforming. You can
Yes.
add that shed. So this gives them some flexibility to
It
do some
does.
things that right now they are just like, you can't do nothing because you're non-conforming
Yeah,
at the gate.
it does.
You don't have any wiggle room.
Any other discussion? Motion on the table is to approve, but with the amendment of a 25%, which would only apply to the non-residential. I'll say I don't support the motion. I'll support what was presented to council as is. I can't support the motion, just changing it. This is first reading. We can also ask some questions and make sure that we're not just stabbing in the dark here. So that's where I stand on it.
I agree. I don't support the motion with the amendment on it. I mean, just a straight motion I would support.
Well, one thing's for,
Straight,
Back it up.
as
as written.
presented.
All right. Okay. All right, I'm going to change my motion just to motion to approve as existing as it was presented tonight.
Second. Was that the same motion and second, or? Whoever second, yeah, it was both of y'all. So it's a motion you've changed your motion. We're still compliant. Any other discussion? And once again, the motion is to approve it as written as proposed by staff. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. We move now to item number 1 in old business. Consider rezoning action. Consider first reading case number 25-01, tax map number 71800000073 062-009 to rezone from RSF 40 to RMX 10, 7.46 acres in District 1.
Motion to denied.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to deny. Any discussion?
Yes, so, right from the get-go on this one, as it went through staffing, as it went through committee, planning committee, it was voted down. It didn't fall from within the thresholds expected here. The property does have some existing water issues, flooding issues in that area. And again, you have a lot in there also that had existing deed on their deed restrictions. So coming out of the gate, right off the bat, that's why I am denying this.
And just for council's recollection, we have already had one reading and a public hearing that was deferred. So while this says first reading, we have had some discussion about this beforehand. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion to deny carries unanimously. Move now to item number 2 of old business. Council to consider third reading of an ordinance to amend Chapter 155 of the zoning code to eliminate accessory structure standards unique to the Lake Wiley overlay, to revise the maximum size of accessory structures, to prohibit accessory structures in specified locations, to clarify the definition of an accessory structure, to provide for a public hearing, and to provide for other matters related thereto. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve third reading with the following revisions. Section 155.622, paragraph B1 shall be revised to state accessory structures shall comply with table 155.059-1, maximum percentage of impervious surface. And paragraph B2 shall be revised to state residential accessory structures shall not exceed 2 stories in height or the zoning district maximum, whichever is lower. See subchapter B, subpart 2.2, base district dimensional standards.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes. Due to Mr. Councilman Litton's very nice and precise comments there, I would like to defer this back to planning and zoning, because this is something that I don't feel like we in the committee had a chance to really delve into this prior to these readings. So I would like to refer it back to planning and zoning.
Okay, motion on the table is to approve with substantial revisions, and I'm not sure, I know that Mr. Litton shared his requested revisions with the council prior to the meeting. Is there anything that I think that might be helpful just to have, basically, as I understand the amendments, it is to, and I'm trying to streamline this. If I get in the way, I will.
And I think this speaks to kind of what Councilmember Clonder's talking about. This is third reading, and the Planning and Zoning Committee did work hard on this recommendation. And so I think it's important for you all to understand the changes, and if there's not understanding on council tonight on those changes, I think it's important to talk about it either tonight or back to committee. Our planning director's here, and we can speak to that. I think remembering back to the Planning and Zoning Committee and the why of the Planning and Zoning Committee on this item, it was to bring more uniformity to the ordinance in Lake Wiley overlay and the rest of the county. And there was some opening up of that ordinance as well. I think it went from 50 to 65%. And so that was a slight tweak too. So the changes recommended tonight give even more flexibility. But I think if there's not understanding across council of what these changes would imply, staff's ready to have more conversations about this, whether it be at the committee or at a later date. If there's anything you would want to add, Jonathan.
So did it come out of committee at 50%, and now we want to go to 65%?
No, it already came out of committee at 65%. That was the change that the committee made. And so what's being brought forward today is to give even more flexibility, and I think we can talk about what that looks like tonight if y'all want.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to, when I understood the changes, and so I want to thank Mr. Litton for sharing the request ahead of time so folks could ask the question, and we are at third reading. I'm not really sure that we need to refer this back to a full committee for discussion, but I think that this is an amendment that was presented last year, and it was sent to us and approved so as to, number one, allow, I'm just reminding folks, a 65% adjustment that seems to be more in line with others. And it also, there were some issues with Lake Wiley where, as I understand it, folks, we considered the front of the building when it was really facing the lake. So this change still accomplishes that goal of making sure that folks who are at the lake, they don't have to deal with that. The big change, and one of the things that I think we talked about doing was making things a lot simpler to understand. What I understood the change to be, and I asked questions beforehand, was that it was to go, instead of a percentage-wise, it was to go to look at the impervious service area. And so, I mean, has staff, I guess I would like to know, how does that change what the proposal is, and are you able to gauge the difference?
Yeah, so it's, as with everything with these percentages, it's all a math. So the proposed change through the motion just changes the calculation. So rather than if you have a 1,000 square foot structure and you're looking at 65% of the footprint, that means you get 650 square feet of accessory structures, however you want to divvy that up onto the lot. The amendment would be to control the entire lot by the impervious surface. So if you have a 10,000 square foot lot, that means you get 5,000 square feet for structures of any kind, whether it's a principal or the accessory, any combination thereof. And the second change was right now the language combines for residential, so that if you've got a residential accessory structure, it can't be taller or wider than your primary dwelling. And so the amendment would allow for a second story, even if the principal structure is one story.
So if I understand, any new addition now is going to be based on the lot size, not on an existing structure. And I remember something about you didn't want to require people to put an additional structure in between the house and the lake, that it would be okay to put it, let's say, roadside. I think that makes sense. I would be just a little concerned about how big they're going to go, since it's based off lot size versus not, because we've done a lot of other things by existing structures. Now we're going opposite, saying, hey, you can use your lot size. We don't care what existing structure, but in other cases, we've used existing structures to determine what someone else could build as an additional structure on the lot.
Yeah, that's right. And certainly the larger the lot gets, the more structures can be put on it. So, the example I gave was a 10,000 square foot lot, that's 5,000. And so just so you all know, for residential, the maximum impervious surface is 50%. That's fairly standard nationwide for residential districts. And so that includes things like your driveway, if you've got a patio, anywhere where the water can't seep into the ground, right? So the larger your lot gets, the more structures, in theory, you could put there. Most people aren't going to put that much stuff out there, but you are going to, as always, have the outliers. People are going to find the loopholes and put a bunch of stuff out there. So, the amendment would certainly change that calculus based on lot size and 50% of the lot size, basically.
And part of that was, there's two tables, so when you go in to do this on your smaller lots, you have two tables you have to worry about trying to figure out, do you meet the 65%, and then do you meet the 50% impervious? Because maybe you put the building back here and you meet all your requirements, but then you want to extend your driveway to it. And that puts you out, but you didn't think about that the first time. So, this is just a way to make it a little simpler so you don't have to be hunting all through the code to try to figure these things out.
I think there's merit to having a little bit more time to evaluate what the actual impact is going to be and what it changes. But I like the idea of simplifying it to an impervious section, and I like the idea of solving the problem in Lake Wiley. But I do think. Let me hear from council. let me hear from the rest of you all. Do you feel like you understand enough to know what the impact is? Because we are at third reading. If we had,
I mean, from what I heard, I mean, I think it addresses more of what you were looking for from within your district. So that's, again, I didn't hear anything that made me hesitate.
I'm fine with it.
I'll just say in the future, and I understand what the goal is. I definitely agree that I wouldn't want to build a 2-story structure between my house and the lake, because I moved to the lake because I want to see the lake. So it makes sense to allow that to go roadside.
Right.
I don't have a problem with that, but I'll say in the future, we need to try to get as much stuff in the first 2 readings, because it feels a little awkward making certain changes at third reading, because, you know, the public may want to weigh in on that, but I do think it's a good thing to allow that structure to go roadside versus, I definitely agree with that part.
That was my fault. I'm sorry.
Is there any height?
why don't we do this? Why don't we just move to defer? We're not going to refer it back to Kenny. Let's defer third reading to the next council meeting. That way, every council member can have the opportunity just to ask questions and make sure they understand it fully before we do that. I would suggest that.
Well, if we got 4 or 5 votes tonight, let's vote it down.
That's true. That's the motion that's on the table, but I
That's
want to make sure we don't have unintended consequences. Motion on the table is to approve as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Raise your hand. No?
No, Debbie got hers up.
She said no.
Oh, okay, well, let's see.
Motion carries 4-2.
There we go. I just wanted to make sure you was kind of,
Yeah,
you got to be a little quick on the
No,
trip.
I wasn't
What, you was kind of,
No.
We move
I didn't
now
know if you had
to
part of the
our,
show.
we have
putting a piece of candy.
taken the vote. Let's move
There you
on.
go. There you go.
Council to consider second reading of an ordinance adopting a public education facilities impact fee to be imposed on all new residential development in the Fort Mill School District Number 4 pursuant to York County Ordinance Number 2718, impact fee procedures to ensure that public education facilities will be available and adequate to accommodate the need for public education facilities expected to be generated from the school children in new residential developments in the school district based on the district's level of service standards and capital improvements plan. To assign the cost of such public education facilities on a proportionate share basis to new residential development with an established impact fee for a single-family detached dwelling unit at $29,640 and an established impact fee for multifamily dwelling unit at $20,796. To authorize an intergovernmental agreement between York County and the Fort Mill School District Number 4, defining the respective rights, responsibilities, and obligations of the parties regarding the impact fee, to provide for a public hearing and to provide for other matters related thereto.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, just want to, again, reiterate, I know we had a lot of discussion in the last council meeting about this. The opportunity for a future, what I call a major future tax break for existing residents and businesses in our area is critical. When you look at $73 million that was saved last time, that would have been on the backs of businesses and residents. Again, we have an opportunity here to serve the people that live here and the people that own businesses, to get them a future tax break. If we don't do this, it all goes on their backs. We need to be saving taxes for our businesses with the challenges of Act 388 and our residents as we move into the future. And that's why I'm supporting it.
Further discussion?
I'll say, I thought the 18,000 was a lot the first time we did it for Fort Mill. Of course, I live in Rock Hill. Our schools don't come asking for school impact fees. The more money we start to just throw out there, some call it free money. I think this is a real big number. And you got to remember, these impact fees get passed on to the end user, which is the buyer. We're definitely leveraging a lot, and $30,000, that's a huge number. That's a huge number to add on to a home buyer. Not saying it is not needed to support our schools, but we got to find a better way than just passing that on. We think we're giving it to the home builder or the developer, but it's on the buyer. It's on the buyer. And and it's continuing to do this. When are we gonna see that thing flatline to where we can afford to build and handle what we got going on? I didn't support the 18,000. I would have been more about 10 to 12 the last time. I can't support this. This is a huge number. This is a huge number. And I just don't want to see home prices just going through the roof. They're already through the roof. You know, and to say that you got to find an extra $30,000 in value to purchase a new home. I mean, you can't tell that lender, hey, I got to pay those impact fees. Where's that $30,000 value going to come from? But I hope it goes through. I'm sure it will, but it's just, we got to find a better way. We got to find a better way. So I'll be voting no on just the number, not to say that I don't support the need in Fort Mill schools, because I know the need is tremendous, but we got to find a better way to tackle this issue instead of just saying, hey, add more on the impact fee, add more on the impact fee. So I'm voting no on the number, and I'm not voting against Fort Mill schools. Just know that part.
Any other discussion?
You going in?
You got something? You're up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like Bump, the number bothers me, but I called around and I talked to a lot of people about it, which even folks in Fort Mill are troubled by it, but I think the system altogether is broken. And I'm with Tom on his sympathies. I think Act 388 needs to be dealt with. But what really troubles me is we're going to educate the kids, and I'm 100% for the education of the kids. But you know, I grew up in a time, and I made these remarks to several other folks, that I find it kind of amazing how back when we didn't make a lot of money, we could afford to eat and we could afford to have a house. And it seems like now the more money people make, the harder it gets for them to eat and the harder it gets for them to have a house. And we're going to educate these kids. Well, we better hope they get a good job, because they sure ain't going to be able to own no land and get a house. I mean, it's got to stop. And we may think that we're doing a wonderful thing, but we need to fix the problem. And this ain't fixing the problem. And some say, well, Fort Mill, they have different criteria and different status and all, but it's going to affect Magnon District. It's going to eventually affect Rock Hill District. It does affect what Fort Mill does over here, because they're about full and they come in here. And I'm just like Buck. I sympathize with the school, and I don't know why in the world everybody wants to move to Fort Mill other than they're closer to Charlotte. I personally don't want, I'm tickled to death right where I'm at. But the number, I mean, that's you might as well say you're buying land all over it. I mean, it's just unbelievable. My goodness, I built my house myself. I ain't got $75,000 in building my whole blame house. And built the sawmill before I built my house. I mean, and people say, oh, different time and all that. But we better realize there's a lot more to our youngins and education, and we better prepare them in a lot better way. Because undoubtedly life ain't gonna get no easier. That's what I got to say about it.
Okay, I need to say, I love where I live. I love the schools. We have, I mean, it is what it is. People are moving to Fort Mill. I'm not sure exactly where they're moving, but they are still coming. And we've said many times, we'd like to put a wall up at the North and South Carolina line, but that's not going to happen. And so they're going to continue to come, We have to continue to build schools, and we have a great reputation. Our kids are well-educated. I want that to remain solid. Everybody's got their issues. Everybody's got problems. But we have this situation we have to address, and that is the fact that we have to keep up with the schools and provide places for our children to go to school. I mean, that's the way it is. So I am supporting that fully.
Okay, I wasn't going to speak just because I was trying to hurry the meeting along, but since everybody else decided to speak, I just want y'all to know that I support the impact fee, and I'm sure that the school district would love for any other solutions other than to have to do this. I'm sure they don't want to have to put this upon homeowners in the area. But if y'all have a better idea, please take it up with the state government and see about maybe stopping people from coming here, period. But until we come up with another solution, this is all we got, and this is the best we got, so I support it.
I got the answer to Tommy's question. They're moving to Fort Mill because they have 2 fine county council men and women. I think that's why they're moving here. The word is out.
Lots of reasons. Lots of reasons why they're moving there. Obviously, I said a good bit at the last council meeting, and I'm struggling with this number, and I said that before. I support finding ways for growth to pay for growth, and I supported Fort Mill when the impact fee, I think, went from $2,500 to $19,000. It was a big jump, and that was in the last 5 years. And afterwards, I worked very hard and closely with our school district to ensure that what was approved went through, and there were lawsuits and there were threatened lawsuits, and so I do want to make sure that folks don't forget that I have supported the school impact fees and have been a very big supporter of finding ways for growth, pay for growth, but. To me, school impact fees they're one tool, and they address only one issue, and that's construction of future buildings. It doesn't even address school operations. It doesn't address, it only addresses the capital needs. And I do understand that by doing this, it lessens what any future bond would be required. But when you hit a number like $30,000, I think for me, you get to a point where it's too much. And if this were third reading, I would say no. I'm also one of those that feels very strongly in the process, and there's a council member who's not here tonight, and but I want folks to understand this doesn't address roads. This doesn't address water and sewer infrastructure. This doesn't address fire, police, EMS, waste management, parks, none of that. And while it's just concerning to me that and I'm not faulting anyone. I mean, I think the school district has to do what they have to do to try and help do the things that they're doing. But the way this process works is that the consultant is hired by the school district and to look at the school's needs in complete isolation to all of the other county needs. If we as council tried to get up here and do an impact fee for new folks that moved in, even as much as we want to slow the growth for roads, we just heard tonight, what's that number? You couldn't do it. You could not do it. And I'm concerned that this doesn't leave any room for other things that the county needs to look at. I would support keeping this at the same level because I voted for that in the past, and I could see it's just the number has just gotten to a point where I just think that we've got to do something different. I want folks to understand that the legislature required that the county, I mean, I would love nothing more than for the school district to have to make this decision without the county, but it's our job to make this decision. And it's a little bit concerning to me that there's not a discussion of a balance. There's not a competing expert that comes in and says, well, if you do this, you are going to make it unattainable. And it's already priced in a place where you have to make a certain living to be there, but there's no exemption at all for people who've owned their land for 20 years, even before that impact fee became a thing. And so if they waited and saved, they can't build a house without paying $30,000, which by the end of the time that you pay on a 30-year mortgage with what the rates are now, $70,000 for something that has it doesn't provide any structural integrity to the home or it's basically something that poof is gone. It's for the privilege of simply building your home. And I certainly am opposed to tract builders and high-density development, but when you have a system like this where you don't have any exemption for fire, police, service workers, EMS, teachers, let alone the people that work in the restaurants there, I mean, you start thinking about half of your workforce having to drive in there. You just price folks out and completely out of one school district. And when you look through the county as a whole, you can't make a decision just one area. You have to look at how it impacts everyone. And I will say again, Act 388 is the problem. I mean, it's the problem, and I think our county is the one that shows the most dichotomy of how this affects folks. But I just think that number is too high, and I really wish some other folks in schools, and I wish some folks on this council would bring that number to something that all of us could support. And but like I said, I'm willing to pass second reading because we don't have our full council here, and I think that that's the right thing to do. But I wanted to make sure that my comments were known. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
Motion carries 4 to 2. We do not have any new business. Committee and other reports. Do we have, are you going to provide that?
Economic development.
Economic Development Committee meeting.
Yeah.
Chairman Watts Huckabee is not here, but I think that Mr. Audette.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and
volunteered.
cover it. Present was Councilwoman Cox and Councilman Mike Huckabee. Councilman Huckabee. Sorry about that.
What'd you
It's
say?
a long night.
Mike Huckabee.
So, anyways, Councilman Huckabee. That night, we actually proceeded to cover the business toolkit, which we're going to be launching in April. All right, looking forward to that. We'll be doing a lot of media blitz on that. We also talked about how we can support all size businesses in the area. We reviewed different ways of supporting them, and there was a presentation by Mark Ferris in that, which I thought was very good. I think right now, as we move forward with the economic development, I think we're seeing a good variety of runways or opportunities how we can support all size businesses. And then we also talked about what we want to do, again, eventually with our economic development funds, and we looked at different ways we'd approach it doing that. So that would be the topics we talked about. Yeah.
And there was one recommendation out of that, but based on how we're doing this now with committees, as you know, the agenda items were already due by the time y'all made that recommendation for this cycle, and we're trying to stay on task in terms of deadlines. So there will be a staff report generated for this committee on the next cycle related to the recommendation.
As someone who was there at the meeting, the only recommendation that came out of that was to move forward with reconstituting the board. It only passed 2 to 1. Mr. Huckabee did not support the recommendation. The recommendation being that we would have at least one, that we would have one member from each council district that would be able to be on that board. And the reason that he didn't support is he thought it should be larger and more comprehensive. And so I think those are things that Council can also, we're having a retreat, we can continue to have some discussion on that, and also when Mr. Huckabee gets back and talk through the justification for that. That's all we had?
Yeah.
Citizen concerns, I believe Pastor Scott is coming at the next meeting and is not here. Do we have any council member new non-agenda comments?
I'd like to just say a big old thank you to you guys and to staff for just checking in on me. And I know sometimes I couldn't even talk to you, but I really appreciate all the kind words and thoughts and prayers during this time. And I'm doing very well, sort of. So I look forward to our meeting on Friday and Saturday.
There you go. Tommy, do you have anything?
Do we? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Who else we got?
Yeah. So tonight, so this is a little bit of a heart-to-heart, from my heart here and what I'm hearing in my district. So we had the lady that spoke tonight with the small family about the impacts of SILFAB and how it's impacted our area, my district and Debbie's district. We have multiple families, had 3 families this week come up to me and say that they're putting the house on the market or have already put their house on the market because of having to move their kids over to the schools near SILFAB. It's become a real problem in our districts, both my district and Debbie's district, and we're very concerned. You know where I stood with not supporting them on fee and lieu. And I feel like as a council, I want to make sure we're having this open-ended conversation, or at least me telling you about the impact of what I feel in my district. And also, I would like staff to look at, do we have an opportunity? I know they're in legal now, but do we have an opportunity here to have a discussion around some type of cease and assist? All right, this has always been what I've wanted, and I know I haven't, and again, I just want to bring that out and bring it back to staff to look at. So that's it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'll just say that a couple weeks ago, myself, Tom Couch, and I forget the gentleman's name that's kind of heading up for Catherine, who's out with the baby situation. Situation. I don't know if she's had the baby or just out or what. Okay. Did she name her after me?
Situation is here.
The situation is here. But we met over off Falls Road. I know I've been talking about getting a park over in District 4. Just wanted staff to see the location that I think would be a good fit for a park. The owners of the land said that they were in the process of doing some homework as to what they were going to do. I think he said they had 170 acres, but of course they're not going to use the whole 170. But just wanted to break it to the council that we've been just kind of looking around, kicking some tires, and kind of seeing what's out there. This may or may not be the location for the park, but just wanted to put it out there that I think we got a good spot if we can get to a good situation with the owners. But everything's real early. I just wanted them to see the location and let y'all know that we are looking for a park.
All right. Do we have a motion for executive session?
Yes, we do. Receipt of legal advice, litigation update. Receive of legal advice. Request authorization, condemnation regarding project 17228-011, Flint Hill Street damage improvements, track NOS 919 and 115. Receipt of legal advice, economic development, project Cobra.
And if we could add Fort Mill EMS to the list, just in case we need to have a conversation on that, too.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we'll move straight into executive session. We are out of executive session. No action was taken. Do we have any motions?
Yeah, one motion. Motion to authorize condemnation for project 17228-011, Flint Hill Street Drainage Improvement Track 115, as described in executive session.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None, motion carries.
Motion adjourned.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.